Oh, no. Where does it? Okay, here we go. Oh, I thought I was on mute. My bad. What's going on, guys? Mario here in Fighting FX. I was trying to get okay. I was trying to get live a little early so that I could, explain that we were hit with little technical issues yesterday, so we couldn't jump back on, but that's okay because we're gonna stay the day. And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and be here for the rest of the day talking about all the things that we didn't get to talk about yesterday. But first on the docket is going to be WWE Backlash. I got Abe coming on. Matt's, I think, going to come on later. We'll see. And then I will potentially also have an in-studio guest as well. So we'll see how that works. But we got Backlash to talk about. We got UFC 328 to talk about still. Wardley still to talk about his fight with Dubois. And then the only other boxing topic is going to be David Benavidez and whether or not he should be continuing to call out Canelo or not, or whether it's a failed move at this point. But we're going to get to all of that. We're going to get to the oops, that was the wrong one. Damn, what's up, man?
What's the deal? Listen, in honor of Bret the Hitman Hart.
Oh, he wore it. No, he didn't.
I will, in honor of Bret the Hitman Hart and the news from earlier today, I'm gonna go like this. If you know, you know.
I wish you would have told me you were wearing it because I would have wore it. Mine.
R.I.P. Billionaire Ted.
For real, for real. Yeah, for sure. Damn, I wish I would.
I caught you off guard.
You did. I'm not gonna lie. This is like the first time anyone's ever come on the show. Yo, and it's been like a year and a half, and nobody's ever even done this for me. But whatever. All right, I appreciate you, dog.
Why your man Max hitting up the comments already?
I didn't even see it. Yeah, perfect timing. Don't make me a sub with this Bret nonsense.
No, R.I.P. Ted Turner.
R.I.P. Ted Turner, man. Seriously. Yo, just an American with a crazy idea to jump into wrestling, dude, and shifted the entire landscape. And the infrastructure and how it's operated, how they, work against each other. So yeah, definitely shout out to that, man.
Let me tell you, I'm gonna use the word that Nikisa uses a lot often. Disruptor. Ted Turner was a disruptor, man.
Disruptor for sure.
Would we have gotten the Attitude Era if WCW didn't make the moves that it made at that time?
No, I don't think so. And that's a great question. That's a great way to ask it.
Yeah, because competition, real competition forces you to evolve if you're good, if you're that person. And I think Vince McMahon at one point said something along those lines, like, competition, made him kind of push it a little bit. So I think that I don't know if we have the WWE that we have today if it wasn't for WCW being a disruptor.
Yeah, no. I agree fully. And great word to use, by the way, as well. Listen, Backlash we got coming up. And there's a lot of stuff going on. So I want to jump right into it, Abe, because yeah, it's a different time. I'm going to start here before we get into the Backlash stuff. PW Insider wrote an article yesterday basically saying that, WWE and the company that we once knew is dead. It's gone. And that stop being surprised by, who's getting cut. Stop being surprised by them doing things that go against the grain of how they used to operate, right? We're getting reports that more than half of the company active roster has been asked to take a pay cut. The reason why the New Day left, reportedly, and some of these guys have taken them. And the question's now coming to: is Roman going to be asked? Is Seth going to be asked? Who's all being asked? And this coincides with reports that of Roman being taken off June events that he was originally announced for. After 2 weeks ago, he came and said, "I'm going to be here all summer, guys. It's me, the summer Roman. You love me best." What did Matt say? A full-time holiday worker. Where are we in this new company, Abe? Tell us, give us a sense of overall.
It's interesting. I think we've entered the business era of WWE. I really believe that. I think that it's not surprising. I think I mentioned on this show before that we would see maybe the same guys over and over and over again, and that there's only going to be a couple that weren't big names that we're gonna they keep around because they have some sort of value. But I think that we knew that this was heading in that direction. And when I say the business era of WWE, I think that they're looking at it now like, all right, if I'm a business, right? If I'm a company, is the amount of money that I'm spending the best way to utilize my resources and funds?
Mm.
So I'm looking at Roman Reigns. Supposedly, rumor he's getting paid $15 million, right? A year. Am I getting $15 million worth of Roman Reigns for a year when he's only making 10 appearances? Okay. Now, I'm going to compare that to Cody Rhodes, who probably makes like 8 million, so like 7 million less. And these are all numbers that aren't specific, but just putting it out there, like for
Ballpark, yeah.
the example. He's out there every week, sometimes twice a week, at house shows, is doing X number on merch, and I'm paying him 7 million less. So do I want to keep around the 15 million that's maybe not making as much, or do I keep the guy that's making half of what he's doing? I mean, half as how much he's making and doing twice as more. Like that's a business decision. I mean, I don't see how a business looks at, I'm gonna still keep paying Roman this amount of money and still have him only for a limited number of dates when I'm getting almost as much out of a guy and paying him less.
Okay. I hear you 1000% on that. And I think you did a great job of explaining kind of the more nuanced aspect of this, right? That said, with the untimely passing of Ted Turner, RIP, isn't that a good enough reminder that playing with the most powerful aspects of your roster can have detrimental consequences? We saw Hulk Hogan in this exact situation. Well, not the exact situation, but financially speaking, and again, not the numbers exact, but they didn't want him because they didn't value him the same way. I heard Dave Meltzer say this this week. He said that basically, if you were asked to take a pay cut, The only reason you were asked to take a pay cut by the WWE is because your worth, your perceived worth, is no longer as high in their eyes as when they signed that contract. So now in their eyes, your worth is lower than it was, and they expect you to meet them halfway, right? Um, Egos and stars are difficult to navigate, as Turkey Al Sheikh is finding out, as many other people are finding out. Is this a slippery slope? Do you think this could be a costly mistake, or is there any way? Is there no way that WWE's grip over wrestling would ever slip, no matter what wrestler gets away from them?
Yeah, I think that what you brought up about Hogan is a good point, a great point. But I also look at it in a different way with that same example. Would WCW be around if they didn't invest as much into Hogan and spreaded that money a little bit around to bring up some of the other guys that were popping a little bit? Would they still be around?
Very
Right?
true.
Hogan was getting money from all sorts of directions with WCW. If they would have managed that a little bit more, you know, could that have changed the locker room culture a bit?
Mm.
Right, which would have led to better performances and all that. So, a little bit of a slippery slope. Also, you got to look at that. It's hard. All right, so their long-term vision isn't a long-term plan with a wrestler. I don't think.
Mm.
I think their long-term vision is just to be popping or to be at a certain level long term. I don't think that they necessarily see that as it having to rely on somebody to take them long term.
Word.
So, for example, right now, Obafemi's over as fuck, right? And so, um, you could ride that for the next, I don't know, 12 months, right? At that level, because now he's getting like that Goldberg effect, right? And then in the meantime, you find somebody else, maybe a Jacob Fatu, that's going to be just as hot, right? And then when Oba starts dying down a little bit, you got Jacob to pick it back up, and then just kind of keep going
Like a
and rolling in
cyclical
that.
sort of situation. Yeah. No, I get that. I do. And it's definitely a different world, right? Um, it just seems like, okay, I'm gonna put it like this, right? We both love baseball. If they were to cut Yordan Alvarez today, or Jose Altuve, right? I'm gonna stay an Astro fan. I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be super pissed that they got rid of Yordan, especially after all we paid and everything we got rid of to keep him. All right. I'm gonna be super mad, but I'm not gonna go away from the Astros. That is my team. I live 3 hours away. I've seen over 2 dozen ball games at that park. I have nostalgia baked into that team and that franchise. That is not the way WWE, that is not the way wrestling works. You don't fall in love with Bryan Danielson and then all of a sudden you're just a WWE mark and you don't give a shit what happens to him. There is a storm of people that are pissed on TikTok and social media about the New Day. Most of these people don't even watch wrestling anymore, but it's the optics, it's the message, it's the aspect of this that projects to the wrestling fan. And the wrestling fans are not like sports franchise fans. If you get rid of their favorite wrestler, they're gone. They're gone. They're going to eventually just either stop watching your product or start watching the other product that they're on. And it's happened a million times. These guys, again, I don't think understand the difference between sports franchise superstars and the way that the WWE superstars operate to their fans. Abe, is there any credence to that, or do you think that they are kind of just like franchise or sports figures at this point?
No, I think
Agents.
that no, I do agree with that. I see some of the comments they're pushing back a little bit. Listen, I don't. Let me just put this disclaimer out there. I don't agree with these moves,
Absolutely.
but I do understand why they're happening and why they're making them. Um, And at the end of the day, it's business. They're operating it, and I think Aria said it or somebody else from TKO. You know, Vince ran it for the family. TKO's running it as a business. There is a difference. They both can be successful. Not saying one is better than the other. He said one is better than the other, of course. But that's just what it is. That we're in that situation. And listen, this is what's going to end up happening. And I'm going to tell you this right now. This is how they're going to work this. Okay. They're going to start taking major PLEs more so, more overseas, right? Because right now, overseas in Europe, there's an appetite for PLEs. There's an appetite for WWE to have their major stars over there because they don't get them enough. So they're going to continue to run that, and they're going to make fans domestically miss them and
Yes.
have it to the point where like, damn, man, like, when are they going to have a major PLE in the US? And then at that point, when that demand gets so high, then you come back to the US. You can charge
Dude.
more,
Oh my God,
people will rush back and say, "Man, we miss you."
It's such a chess move, though. Like it's like you're inflating the interest by creating some scarcity. So it's not that, oh my God, this product is popping, I have to see what's going to happen. No, it's more, man, I haven't seen this in a while. And I remember when I went, 5 years ago, whatever, 6 years ago, man, I'm going to go. Like, that's exactly what happened in Corpus. When the Attitude Era hit, Corpus Christi had no shows for like 11 years. No joke. One of the hottest markets in wrestling history. No shows. And now today it's a dead market, right? We're like the biggest marks on TV, except for Nebraska. But I want to say this real quick. Mex is absolutely right. Before we move on real quick to the Jacob Fatu and Roman Reigns backlash, I want to say this. Mex is absolutely right here. He said a small minority is crying on social media. You literally just said they don't even watch anymore. And here's the thing. I don't even know if it's like a small minority, but when broken up into who's watching the product, it's a very small minority. And here's how you can tell. Where were the Kyrie Saint chants? They're gone. Where were the New Day chants? And that's the point. TKO doesn't feel the repercussions of the stuff they're doing. Not like in the Vince days. If Vince pissed on one of our favorites back then, this was CM Punk for the next 10 years in your face. We're going to chant. You know what I'm saying? And not even a New Day chant, dude. So it's like TKO can continue to do this. And I think WWE's built up enough of a mark audience that nobody's going to even care anymore.
Look,
honestly.
and I told you this before, as long as the bottom line is not being affected, they're going to continue to operate the way they're operating. Once the bottom line starts getting affected and they start seeing a trend that audiences and merch and all that is declining, then they will make the moves to change it. Until then, they're going to keep doing what they're doing.
Matt said, if us fans don't want to pay, other places around the world will.
Boom.
He's not wrong.
Boom.
So listen.
And hold on. And let me just add to that too. I saw something about that people were saying that the My WWE is trying to replace the IWC. Like, I'm curious on what you thought about that. Because that's been making its rounds.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so because ultimately the price point is going to be super high. I already know it. And I don't think WWE, the WWE and their, board are some of the most brilliant business minds in this era, right? But the one thing I think that hurts them is that there is a very big distinction and separation from them and their lives and their world and like 80% of America, right? I would love to be a My WWE club member. I would love to. I already know I can't afford it. I already know. I don't care what it is. I can't afford it because I have so many other things. I'm not going to, you know what I'm saying? So I don't think that it replaces the IWC for a couple reasons. Number one, when you go to a wrestling match, in an independent show, and Abe, you've been to several over the last year, recently, a few, you have the time of your life in a way you don't at WWE. And I'm not saying that one's better than the other. I'm saying they're different. When you want to go to a club, right, with EDM, I mean, that sounds terrible to me, but like if you want to go to a club with EDM and you're like, yeah, you know, and get your Jersey Shore on, that's different from the club or the bar that you go to have a whiskey or a scotch and talk with the bros, or have a business meeting or whatever, right? Elegant piano music, right? That's the, I mean, not that, but those are the separations and vibes, right? Those are both after hour spots that close at 2, and they couldn't be more different. And that's what a WWE experience is, even at the house show level versus an IWC event. These people come out of the ring, they come out of the barrier, they sit with you, they use your chair, they ask you to throw popcorn on the heel. It is an interactive experience that my WWE club membership will never get close to. And this is how you know, when you have the commercial for it, and they go, and superstars might show up, and it's like, wait, might? What do you mean might? What am I going to be paying that they might show up? No, tell Undertaker to get his ass down here from catering and come take pictures with me.
So that's that you don't get that from the bronze membership. You get that from the gold membership.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I gotta tell my dad he's not going to that retirement home if I want to get that gold membership.
But listen, on a same note though, if there's ever been an opportunity for Tony Khan to really capitalize on the moment, this is it. Like, if you can just make those tweaks to that product, you might be able to get a good percentage of those fans to now watch your product. But he's got to be smart about it. He's got to make moves, and he's got to step out a little bit out of his ego, his own ego, and say, listen, I want to bring in some help to get this to the next level.
Word, I agree.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, and we've been calling for it for years, right? Young Bucks versus New Day is where it's at.
It's where it's at.
Period.
That's the fight. That's the match. Let me ask you this though, Abe, because we lived through this AEW experience, and there have been a lot of ups and downs, but the downs have all felt kind of similar, right? And I want to ask you, what do you do? Do you book New Day right away out the gate? Let's get them in with a top team. New Day, Young Bucks next, or Young Bucks first, right? Or do you do what AEW's been doing with a lot of these moments and slowly build? You don't blow your load right away with the New Day and the big feuds. What do you think? Also, do you debut them as a surprise, or do you have to promote them to make the money back up?
No. So listen,
we lost Correa. Fuck. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh yeah. He messed up his ankle, I think, for the year. He's out for the year. Damn it. So the other ankle, not the bad one. So let me see. I think that I disagree. I think that AEW has been rushing some of those debuts, and getting into the big matches early. I think with New Day, what you do, I think you do a lights off, lights on. Instead of having them come down the aisle, lights on, lights off, lights on.
That would be dope.
In the ring.
You
sell the image of them facing off with the Bucks, and then you shut the lights off, and then you build that story for the next couple months.
I would mark out so hard. All I remember is that pay-per-view when Bryan Danielson and Adam Cole debuted, and it was like, holy shit, is this what AEW pay-per-views are going to be? Because this is like WrestleMania every year. And then CM Punk came out like not long after.
Like, you can make it into a Sabu Taz moment. It could be that. It could very well be that.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to do it right. No teasers, no nothing. It just happens, and when it happens, you're in the moment.
Yo, Matt's calling for trades. Oh my God, that would be so sick. I mean, I know it's like, not realistic, but that would be so sick. He said, imagine the Fights ATW headline if they traded the New Day for the Guns. That would actually be a really good trade too, I think. Like fair. I think both of them could get over. I've been saying Tony needs to jump on the family-friendly train and be the affordable wrestling company. I think that's absolutely the move. Young Bucks versus New Day is the Floyd Manny of tag team wrestling. The match will be a dud. Yeah, dude, it is a little beyond, right? And
Yeah,
also it's not the triple trios match that we wanted, essentially.
but I think the optics, the image of it,
Oh,
of them being in the middle of the ring, I think that would be big.
I remember when they shut the internet down whenever they were at the Capcom event and they did the face off, the trio face off. It was Kenny and Bucks and then the New Day. Oh my God, that thing shattered the internet. I don't even think people understand how much that plus the invasion angle that the Elite did had in creating AEW and creating that lane. You know what I mean? So many people were in wrestling fans were like, where's the cool shit at? We missed the cool shit. And this is at a time in 2016, 17, 18. This is the worst the company had been on a run for a while. It was terrible wrestling, right? And then you get into 1920 and then the bloodline, and then it's like, but either way.
Let me tell you this. If they wanted to do a trio situation, how ill would it be? Or maybe not ill if it was Bucks and Kenny Omega when the lights came on, and then New Day and Bobby Lashley on the other side. Sort of like a WWE, AEW kind of face off, and then you shut off the lights again.
I would like it, but they would have to like figure out. They would have to do something with the faction. The Hurt Syndicate would have to either be like properly broken up, or like, yeah, like in a direction where it's like, oh, we don't expect them, and it's like, oh shit, they fucking recruited Bobby Lashley to be their Big E. Who do you think would win in a fight, Bobby Lashley or Big E? A real fight like that? No, nothing. Like there's no rules. They're so mad at each other. Who wins?
I'd say Bobby probably. He was in the army for a little bit.
Yeah, and he fought MMA too.
Yeah.
The only thing is Big E is so strong. He is
Yeah.
ridiculously strong. So if he got like wrapped you, I think it's over.
Yeah.
But listen.
But one thing I do want to add too, I was going to say, would you be surprised if it got to a point where maybe Turkey woke up one day and was like, you know what? I want to do an event with WWE and AEW.
It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. This is what needs to happen. Let me tell y'all right now. This is what needs to happen. Turkey needs to be sitting ringside at one of the ring events, right? Preferably in America. And somebody just needs to bring their phone to him on a YouTube of like AEW's like greatest hits or something. Just a montage of the coolest stuff AEW's ever done. Put it in his face and he'll mark out. He'll be like, oh my God, I got to see Kenny Omega versus Roman Reigns. I have to. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I could definitely see him doing that. You know why? Because I could see myself doing that. And like, he does things so much like I would do them. So, yeah, it's going to be the Elite versus Kofi, Creed, and Jack Perry. Hashtag all friends wrestling. That's actually a good prediction. Big E. Wait, as they are right now, or is Big E's neck is fine? No.
I think Big E's done.
No, he's done. He's done. And by the way, yes, their 90 days is up in time before Wembley, reportedly July, mid-July, late July, something like that. If you show him a montage of AEW's greatest hits, he'd say half of these people work for the WWE.
Yeah, he probably would.
He probably would. That's hilarious. But listen, we got BackLash this Saturday. Remember, I got you covered, fightsatw.com, where you can go make it your one-stop shop for all combat sports needs. Make sure you bookmark. It is a BackLash pay-per-view. Abe, I want to get into the Roman stuff, but I want to ask you this first, real quick. When BackLash first happened, I remembered that it was off the heels of the invasion angle, and the invasion angle was so terrible, and it was done so poorly that by the time we got to BackLash, it actually got good again. But most people don't even remember that. Probably the brightest spot in that whole run, was Backlash. And Backlash was created to be the aftermath for WrestleMania, right? Like what angles are left, or what feuds were so crazy or so personal that they didn't end at Mania, right? They spilt over. And I feel like WWE is missing a really good opportunity with this 2-night situation. I want to ask you your thoughts on this, because when we had the 2-night WrestleManias this year, we had one WrestleMania match that was amazing, right? Both of them were pretty good, but the Roman Punk was amazing. They went to another level with it, right? And it ended and it felt over. So there's no need to do anything at Backlash, right? But the Cody Orton stuff felt so unfinished, felt so directionless at the end. You thought for sure they had something cooking for Monday, and they didn't. Abe, wouldn't Backlash be better suited for a booking in which night 1 and night 2 were booked one way or the other? In that night 1, let's say, is going to be the match that we go all in on. The Rock comes out under everybody, and it's a blow off. That's it. Monday, it's over. We're not going to have these guys even in the same brand. While the other match plays on a story that keeps going, so that it becomes the focal point of Backlash, while the other champ gets a chance to calm down and rest. Abe, is Backlash nothing more than just another pay-per-view that's after WrestleMania, or has it lost that semblance of what it actually was supposed to be?
Yeah, I think it's both, right? Because you're right. If it would have stayed true to its title, then it should have been Orton and Cody, right? Is Cody even on this pay-per-view? I don't think so.
No, he's not.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like this is just another pay-per-view. Like for me, I don't. It's I don't know, man. Like the Roman Jacob felt fast and forced, like right away.
Very much so.
Like they should have had the opportunity to kind of stretch that out a little bit, and they didn't. So I'm a little disappointed in that. Now, could I see Jacob winning, even though everybody's saying, "Oh, Roman is gonna win and move on"? I could see Jacob winning, bro,
I could too.
and giving him the opportunity to rock a little bit, and then Roman coming back like at SummerSlam and winning it, right? I could see it. I could see it. And so I don't know. I mean, maybe you see what Jacob can do with it. I think that he can do a lot. It'll be different. It just won't be the same old story. You know what I mean? Like with Roman. Roman is cool and all that, but are people getting a little tired of that? They want to see something fresh, new, right?
I would think so, but then you go and you look at the people in Nebraska, and apparently not. They ate up everything he did. Everything. Every single thing he did and said. I couldn't believe. I'm like, I get it. It's good. It's not bad. It's good, but it's like, man, y'all are acting like this is like fucking Roman Punk or Roman Cody or some shit. And again, Jacob has done a great job. I think Matt said it best, dude, just right here. This Backlash feels more like a Saturday night's main event. Wow. Wow.
Boom.
That's the headline right there. Boom. You did it. You found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words to encapsulate this whole event. But I want to ask you, because you're talking about Jacob Fatu potentially winning, and actually I'm not very far off with you in everything you said. That said, though, Supermex brought up a very interesting point yesterday that Dave Meltzer has introduced into the zeitgeist. He said that all reports that he's getting indicate Roman's winning. He's going into the summer. He's going to protect the belt, all these things, right? Continue to build up the heavyweight title, make both belts feel important again. And yet there is a narrative here. Oh shit. Did we drop? Oh no, IG drop. That's okay. Fuck it. But there's a narrative here, right? That if Roman loses the belt this weekend, then times really are changing, and that there's something going on because they've pivoted, Roman's never supposed to lose this weekend. At any point in the last month or whatever that this match has been the direction, Roman was keeping the belt. If that is changed, is that an indicator that that Roman and WWE are on the rocks?
Yeah, because guess what? And I believe this without any real evidence. But if Roman's gonna drop the belt, or if Roman has to drop the belt because of whatever issues, he's gonna drop it to somebody in his family. Period.
Oof. Good call, dude. Good call. You're so right. You're so right. And by the way, the narrative is playing out that way. Think about all the promo, specifically this last promo. It's like, bro, you're trying to fight me. You think I'm the enemy. You idiot. I'm doing what I'm doing for you and your kids and your kids' kids and your brother's kids' kids and your cousin's kids' kid. Like, that was powerful, bro. I'm not going to lie. That promo on the weekend or on Monday, I didn't I didn't appreciate it enough when I watched it the first time. I had to see it again on YouTube, and I was like, holy shit, this was good. They went to the whole Tongan death grip. Roman said, that's a move you use at a bar at 2 a.m. against 8 guys, not against one family member. Yo, I was like,
yeah.
God. Oh my God, this is serious now. This is serious. And so they're playing it so well that if he were to drop the title, nothing about the narrative changes, right? And so you could like slip it in without it being a big old thing that you imagine. Great point. Great point.
And then listen, then if you really wanted to, you can get a storyline where it's, let's see Roman win it back all again, win it all back again.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Get behind him, Roman finished the story type of vibe, right? But guess what? At the top is not only Jacob, but he got his cousin Zilla right there with him. And it's funny because I told you this a few weeks back, and then now everybody running with that Zilla thing. I think that he pops up, man.
You think he's popping out? You think he's coming to the pop out? Uh-oh. We got a clip. Clip that. So here's this, right? Here's this. Are you officially predicting Jacob Fatu to win and or Zilla to come out? Is that going to be your official prediction, or are you going to keep it safe?
Nah, I'm gonna go with the disruptor.
Hey, he said, "Fuck it, Chad. We
Jacob winning."
Jacob. He just squashed it. Matt said Zilla has an event in Tampa on the same day.
He didn't squash it. I mean, that.
No. I mean, like I meant to say he added to it. I meant my bad. Yeah. Here's the thing. I think what you could do, honestly, because it's not that I don't think Zilla's ready. I haven't seen him in enough live to know whether he's ready or not. What I can say is this: if he's not ready, this is the fucking best way to introduce him to the crowd. If you're not going to sign him right away, right? Or not even sign him, but if you're not going to bring him in right away, I mean, right? Because he's already, signed. Then I think what you could do is utilize him as like the family member in the audience. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, he's there. And then he just jumps the rail. And then we hear about this Zilla Fatu, who's now banned from WWE arenas. And Adam Pearce comes out and, Jacob, your family is no longer welcomed here. They'll never get you know what I mean? And it's just like, playing to the day that he finally does come. And now he's more than Jacob. He's more than Roman. He is the guy that's so bad. WWE didn't want to take a chance on the millionaire Samoans that have been coming in. Every one of them comes in and makes money. No, we don't want to deal with Zilla. He's too wild. Bro,
yeah,
or paid him for a good run
with that storyline, but like, yeah, he's not allowed in WWE, but he is allowed in NXT, and then he goes in that run over there. I'm just saying, like,
Max is such a hit.
Yeah, I know.
Stay with Zilla. Do not make me fucking unsub to all your channels. He hates Zilla. He hates him. I don't know what happened.
Now listen to this,
girl. in high
Um,
school. Well, I guess that's not true.
I
You'd be like
feel like
11.
with Zilla, they've been grooming him for the past like 12 months. He's wrestled Bubba, right? Bubba Ray. He's wrestled
Cross.
Cross. My guy
People said
Danny
they had a
Limelight.
very WWE match too.
Yeah,
People said
my guy Danny Limelight a few times.
Danny Limelight. Those were great matches.
He had the little beef with Ricky Saints. He had
Oh yeah.
what's his name? The guy that owns Ring of Reality
Oh
Wrestling. Um
yeah. Booker T
Booker
and
T. Booker T. So
yeah, and
he had a match or a story with Booker T. So I think that they've been, testing him out for like the last 12 months. And he just had a match on Hog Wrestling
yeah. Uh-huh.
with his cousin, I think. Big Man, the one that's in the MFTs.
Oh yeah. Tala Tonga.
Yeah. So like I think that they kind of been prepping him, and he's either gonna be ready or he's not gonna be ready.
That's crazy. I didn't even know he had that match in House of Glory. Zilla has been getting groomed for some time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt, you're absolutely right. And the thing is that it's not just the grooming that the WWE is doing. You can see he's almost grooming himself. I don't know if people know this. He's been going live on Raw and SmackDown for the last like month, watching Jacob Fatu and Roman and playing into the character on his live. You seen that? Yo, that's
Yeah.
fucking brilliant, bro. That's brilliant. And I
Playing
don't
into
want
the
to talk shit.
story.
I love my Mexicans, my Puerto Ricans, my Dominican, everybody. But yo, Zelina Vega need to learn. You don't go to Twitch and just be the person you are. Go and continue to sell your narrative. Go and continue to be in kayfabe so that, because you're not done with wrestling. Like, maybe you are done with wrestling, then that's fine. But the only point I'm trying to make is that they use the work, right? There was this moment where it looked like the Usos and Roman were gonna jump Jacob. Yo, Zilla pops out his chair. He's like, nah, bro. How far is I think they were in I don't remember. Let's just say they were in Texas. He's like, hey, how far is Austin? How far is Austin? Hey, could you, man, check them jets. Check them. Yo, it was like, and he's like playing, right? But at the end of the day, it felt so real. Like, I have cousins like this. I have crash out cousins. I don't know if I ever told you this, Abe. I know I've said it on live. I have an uncle and a cousin right now. Same name. All right. David Mungia. Both of them locked up doing life for murder. All right. So I have crash out cousins. Now, I didn't get to spend a lot of time with them, right? My parents kind of separated us from that side of the family. But I can tell you that they acted exactly like Zilla. Exactly like Zilla, bro. Like, you're doing too much, champ. But that energy is absolutely needed. That youthful crash out energy is a character that can be utilized on WWE TV. So you are going to pick Jacob Fatu for your official prediction.
Yep.
Oh man, yo, champ did not come to play today. All right, guys, we're gonna all pretend Abe's not here for a second, guys. Okay. Should we have our red flags up that Abe is coming on pretending like this is all just him making wild predictions? And yet, did we just get creative? Did we just get a creative break on the show? Oh my God. I think we just got a creative break on the show, guys.
What's
all right.
that?
Well, I think you just told us that your non-source has let you know exactly what's going to happen at Backlash. So I'm running with it. No, I'm just kidding. But hey, guys, I want to remind y'all, Saturday, May 9th, that's this weekend, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central Time. The pre-show does start at 4:30 Central. Wait. Yeah, 4:30 Central. So 5:30 p.m. Yeah. So 5:30 p.m. Is what time the pre-show starts. I don't know why it's an hour and a half. I don't know why they do that. But anyway, yeah, I think it's gonna be a good match. I think it's gonna be very physical. I'll be honest, Dave. The last thing I'm gonna say about this, I would have loved to do a storyline like a Mortal Kombat situation, like Final Boss, where let's say Jacob. Like, I think you were right. You said it just a little bit ago. You said that they rushed this angle, and I agree. I think they did a little bit. They could have played it out, right? And here's how, just briefly. Jacob does everything that he did on Monday, that first Monday after Raw, same thing. Everything the same thing. Then that next Monday when he's supposed to answer, Roman says, well, I don't give a shit. I still don't think you're ready. and that's why you're going to wrestle Jimmy tonight. Boom. He has to go through Jimmy. Then he beats him. Then he said, you know what? Fine. But I know you're not getting through Jay. I know you're not getting through Mr. Yeet. Backlash. You, him, you want me? That's that. Boom. Kills Jay. Then still don't do it. And he says, you ain't the real tribal chief. I've beaten Solo and all his minions before, and you were part of that group. Nah, you got to face Jay and Jimmy. You got to face the Usos. That's when he busts out the Tongan grip because it's 2-on-1, chokes both them dudes out with it. And now it's like, holy shit, is Jacob Fatu always been the real tribal chief? That's the type of story I really wanted from this. But
Yeah.
turning and talking to the audience like he's in 2000 sitcom. And that's because, Abe, I love those sitcoms. All of them, Modern Family, fucking all of them, dude. Hell yeah, that's hilarious, bro. Hilarious. All right. Anyway, moving on. Abe, Danhausen, you said you thought he would get over with this WWE crowd like 2 years ago, I think, right? After his run with AEW. Oh, no, after he got hurt and he didn't come back to TV except for that one time for AEW. I remember you said, dude, this guy needs to just go to WWE. He'd get over in a heartbeat. Abe, you were right. You were 1000%. Dude, I can't stop laughing looking at Matt's comment. But are you going to be right about this weekend? Who's going to be Danhausen's mystery partner?
This is a goofy match. It's got to be somebody goofy, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is it going to be what's his name? No, I don't know.
You want me to give you mine so that you can think of yours for a second?
Yeah.
Jelly Roll.
Ah,
I know it's going to suck, but I think it's going to be Jelly Roll. Yeah. I can't imagine.
I guess
like good. Like who? Like I can't think of it. Here's the thing. You know what they should do? Did you see that Danhausen after Monday and they had announced he was gonna have a partner, or I guess it was Friday, whatever. He retweeted that WWE.com post or WWE Twitter post, and then he said that he added Shawn Michaels, Triple H, Undertaker, AJ Styles, John Cena, and like 2 other legends. And he's like, I need a partner. Any of y'all good? Bro, they should just run with all of them. It should be all of them coming out. I mean, they don't have to work, right? Just all of them come out like we support, we got his back. And then he ends up beating both. I don't know.
Now that's who I was thinking that Matt mentioned, R-Truth. I was thinking R-Truth, but
R-Truth would be good.
But I think the last one makes the most sense business-wise.
Nah, Matt just wants me to crash out that day. That's all he wants.
I'm telling you right now, because aligning Mr. Iguana with Danhausen, the 2 potential biggest merch guys, you printing money at that point.
Bro,
that's all you're doing.
Throwing money at that point.
Yeah.
Bro,
yeah. Have they started putting out the iguanas on the merch stands yet?
Oh, 1000%. Yeah, last year. And they were the number 1 seller for 3 straight weeks of non-t-shirts. And then he's become a top 10 seller in all merch from that moment.
It could be a repeat of the Al Snow effect.
Yo, clip that. Oh my God. I thank you. All I'm going to do, just so you know, is I'm going to have the conversation play for like 5-10 seconds maybe. And then you're going to say that. And then I'm just going to play nothing but Al Snow just fucking going crazy, dude. And then I'm going to show at the very, very end, Danhausen and Mr. Iguana getting over in front of like larger crowds. That that clip writes itself, Jam. So
Yeah.
you obviously think Danhausen and Mystery Partners getting over, right?
Yeah. And I think with Matt's what he put on there, I think is Mr. Iguana. Initially I thought it was
Yeah,
our truth, but the shit just makes super duper sense for it to be Mr. Iguana. And then
agreed.
you send Danhausen to AAA, let him do some stuff down there, come back up, and they just go and do
Yo,
all
they would
that.
just print money, like you said. And I'm gonna say this real quick. Matt said Elton Prince. That works story wise from a story, like, because again, I'm never gonna sit here and say like, oh, I'm a great journalist or I'm a great anything. But what I do believe that I am very good at is storytelling and understanding the dynamics of storytelling. That works. Elton Prince works for the story. He'd get zero pop, and that's why they're not going to do it, because he'd get zero. I don't even think most people in the arena would even remember that there's two tag teams facing off against each other, or a tag team facing off against each other. And I don't think it's going to be our truth. Our truth works, but I don't think they're going to use them, because they have like three other people they could use that would be, just as good. But anyway, now moving on to the Seth Rollins
Mm.
Braun Breaker match. Oh boy, Abe. Where to start with this one? First of all, what are your thoughts on the match and the promotion at this point, and pick a winner?
It's cool, man, but guess what? You have to. This is the moment you have to put Braun Breaker over. You
Mm.
have to. There's there is absolutely no reason to squash him. None. Seth Rollins is going to be a star regardless if he wins or loses. This is the moment that you make Braun Breaker a star. Seth Rollins needs to do the job, period, and put him over.
Okay. Do you get any hesitation that they're not going to do that, because it felt like they were teasing Seth Roman a little bit? I know that that's probably not going to happen anytime soon, but it does feel like a direction that they'd ultimately go. And it does feel like they are teasing little aspects of it. So do you expect that to happen?
Yeah, they are teasing that. I just think that regardless of the situation, it's time to put Braun Breaker over. There was that buildup. The momentum got killed with his injury. He cannot. The time is now for Braun Breaker. You're right, Matt. Let him squash Seth, get over, and then keep it moving.
And then keep it moving. Yeah, and he's right. The story's dead. I really do feel like the momentum's lost. I get that WWE saw this and said, man, the injuries ruin the momentum. Let's try to reestablish it, because this is a big feud for us, right? There's a big match. And the
Right.
problem is that it just doesn't work that way, That's
And
not how momentum works.
because I'm gonna tell you right now, you know what's cooking? You know what's cooking?
What's cooking, champ?
What's cooking is a Vinnie Mac special.
Oof.
You know what a Vinnie Mac special is?
Tell us.
A Vinnie Mac special is when you get two larger than life guys facing off and wrestling each other that resemble cartoon characters. You
Mm.
know who those two guys are? Braun Breaker and Oba Femi.
Oh shit, that would be crazy.
That is the main event at some point 2027.
Yo, you think so?
Oba Femi, Braun Breaker. Oba's the face, Breaker's the heel. They both destroying shit. What happens when the two biggest monsters in the WWE collide?
I would absolutely mark out for that. 100%. Shout out to Matt. He said Braun would bring the danger factor back to the Money in the Bank stipulation. That's a very good point. He's calling for him to win. I think that's a good call.
I believe that. I believe that. What if Oba's so over at that point that he wins it?
Ooh, fuck, bro. Yeah, and that's the other thing. It's like, man, with Oba, you have like a Goldberg situation. Like,
100%.
can't beat him yet, and it's like, who do you put him in the ring with if he can't lose? Right? Certainly not a
Mhm.
top guy. They're not going to do that. So yeah, that would
Mhm.
be. I would love that, honestly. Uh, whoa, fucking airplane! Like I think right over my apartment.
Watch the
Um,
UFOs.
I think so, dude. So or two matches really, but we'll do this one first. Io Sky and Asuka. Abe, they're saying that the WWE, the rumor is that they are working on a deal to bring Kairi Sane back for one night only to finish this exact feud and program. Abe, did they mess up really badly by getting rid of Kairi Sane when they did?
I I
And do they
I
bring her back?
I read somewhere that the reason why that didn't work out is because she wanted to move back to Japan.
Yeah, they said that that was one of the reasons why WWE was willing to let her go, because she had been telling them that she didn't want to stay in the States anymore. And they were like, oh, that's going to cost way too much money to keep bringing her back and forth. So,
And I don't think that she wanted to do that anyway. So,
Mhm.
um, yeah, I could see that happening. And then she takes that heat over to New Japan.
Yeah, absolutely. So you think they bring her in to finish the story?
Yeah, why not? Why not? And then you get a small little pop from the crowd, and then go from there. But now this is the thing, like on the flip side of it, WWE could be looking at it like, oh, we're gonna be putting her over too much, and then if she goes and gets a new deal with somebody else, she's gonna be riding off that momentum.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
That's
Yep.
the business thinking of that.
No. You're 100% right. And that's the way that TKO sees things now, right? That's the whole reason Santos Escobar happened the way it did. You know what I mean? Like so many people talked about Kyrie Sane and the Wyatt Six and all that. Ultimately, Santos Escobar is probably the most um egregious let go or cut of this batch, because this is a guy who already left WWE, wanted to leave WWE, didn't want a contract with them. And then TKO or WWE said, wait, no. We're going to pay you a crazy amount of money and we're going to give you a huge push. Sign him, literally leaked to every dirt sheet that they're going to give him this crazy push, goes to AAA, gets injured, and then they cut him. Like, it's like, why would I ever sign with anyone like that? Why? I would be so scared that if anything just went even dip below the status norm with me, they're going to be like, cut. So I don't know. That shit's scary to me.
Yeah, I
Who do you
mean, listen, I was in that situation with a media company where it was like you didn't know if you were gonna have a job month to month. So it was like you worked, you got paid for that month, and hopefully you worked again for the next month. Like
Bro,
that's
that's
not a
so stressful.
yeah, that's a stressful way of earning a living.
Word. Matt said Oba's different. He needs to be conqueror of Roman, if not Fatu.
Yeah,
Damn, you went
yeah, but you
all
know
the
what
way up.
though? Roman don't need to have the title for him to do that.
Very true. Very, very true. In fact, it's probably better he doesn't have the title, so that you want to run it back at some point with the title, it feels a little different. He said, my
Mhm.
favorite Mark booking I seen is at some point in the match, Asuka is about to hit the insane elbow when she looks up to the sky and yells, Kyrie, the La Bamba style. Yeah, that would be hilarious. Oh man, I would mark out for sure. So you picking Asuka or Sky?
Sky.
Yeah, me too on that one for sure. So final match on the card: Trick Williams versus Sami Zayn. Man, I feel like they've really shit the bed so bad.
Whoop that trick.
Yeah,
Whoop
whoop that
that
trick's
trick.
getting over.
Whoop that trick.
But do you think that there's a detriment to him continuing to work with Sammy at this point? Like, it just feels like he is stuck in this same space he was since Mania. And it doesn't feel like he's trajectorying up anymore. It just feels like he's kind of riding the rails.
Yeah. So now I think that this puts the end of it last chapter type of thing. I think now the next level up above that is to put him in with Logan Paul and do a story with him, get that crossover appeal for Trick Williams.
That's pretty good. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah, that works. Listen, Abe, I want to get one last topic off with you before we let you go. Appreciate you joining us today again. Then to switch to boxing a little bit. We saw the Monster win this weekend, beat Zurdo. I thought it was a great
Which Monster?
That's right. Yeah, right. Which Monster? After the fight, David Benavidez once again called out Canelo. This is a guy who just fought at 200 pounds, right? Calling out a guy who we just saw lose to a guy who careered at 147 or under. Abe, is David Benavidez making a mistake by continuing to call out Canelo? Is he, if he's not careful, could he go the route of an Amir Khan, who seemed to chase Pacquiao and Mayweather specifically so long that it interfered with the trajectory of his career?
Nah, listen, I think that David is smart. I got you, machine gun. Yo, hit me whenever, right? I think that David at that moment was thinking, what's gonna get that moment even more viral? And it doesn't get any more viral than hitting all of the trending topics. Cinco de Mayo, Canelo Alvarez, blah, blah, blah. And he hit those targets early in that interview, which got people buzzing and buzzing and buzzing, even after the fight that he just destroyed Zurdo Ramirez. So honestly, I think that's the last time you'll hear from him on that. I think right now the focus is Dimitri Bivol. From people that I've spoken to, the focus is going to be fighting a couple fights at that weight class at 175 and not so much at cruiserweight. However, if there are opportunities, and if he sees a path where he could maybe become undisputed at 200, maybe he takes that route. There's only 2 titles left. One of them is going to be fought for between the top 2 contenders on the IBF side. And then you got the WBC with Noel McAlanian, I think his name is. But I think he's on the Don King, and that can be complicated. So, but if he can get Noel and then get that 3rd belt, shit. Now you just one away from being undisputed. So, and I heard Roy Jones say something interesting today. He said that Benavidez should strike while the iron's hot and challenge Usyk.
Oh, wow. I didn't hear him say that. Yo, what do you think of that?
I think he's not wrong. He was like, because you can spend some time fighting these other guys and risk a lot of stuff. And then all of a sudden that Usyk fight is no longer there for you.
Yeah.
I think Usyk versus Benavidez now or later this year, that's probably the fight to make, man. Because Benavidez could probably make 20 M's off of that. Easy.
Think so? 20 M's?
Yeah, if Turkey's paying for it.
Yeah.
If Netflix gets involved, which why wouldn't they get involved? He's coming off of a viral knockout stoppage. No one has ever done that to Zurdo Ramirez. And he's fought some tough SOBs. Nobody's ever done that to him. And for him to do that, now you're like tapping into the imagination of the fans, and that's all you need to create buzz for a fight.
Bro, you sent it off in the chat. They all agree in fight Usyk. And Matt says, or Benavidez Ruiz September. That I think could actually do really well too.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. Like, that's a fight that, just like Roy Jones said, you risk. And what you're risking more than anything else. I don't see them doing that because they have like the same representation, so probably not.
Yeah.
But Usyk Benavidez makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. And guess what? Benavidez doesn't lose anything either way.
Yeah, no, you're so right. Great point. This is like the Kell Brook said. Well, Kell Brook was different because it's like weight and all that, but from a name, from a brand stand, right? You go up and move up to fight a Triple G, right? Who is thought of as the monster of the division. You lose, nobody's like, oh, you fucking suck. No, you went up and dared to be great, right? God, that's such a good point. Very good point. You're absolutely right. He loses nothing. It's a win-win situation.
And
It really is.
he's still a 2-belt champion at cruiserweight
Yes.
and a 1-belt champion at light
Light
heavyweight.
heavyweight. You're absolutely right. Damn. Way to knock it out of the park before heading out. Abe.
And I'm sorry, Max, but Opatai, I don't think Opatai is gonna stop David.
No, not right now for
Nah,
certain, right?
nah.
Otai will stop him. Yes, David looked great Saturday, but Zudo's shots were having an effect on David. He wasn't liking what he was feeling.
Yeah, I mean, but I think with David's style, it comes with the territory.
Very true.
He knows that his style and his approach requires him to take some punishment. And he prepares in that fashion. So I don't know. I don't know if that would be that. They don't got the same anymore. David said he's free. No, I'm not talking about that. Who you're talking about like promotional. I'm talking about like internal representation.
Yeah. I'll put any money on Jai. Let me know. They love them some Jai
No,
right
listen,
now.
I love me some Jai.
Me too.
Jai doing his thing. Has he fought anybody of that like high level though? Really like test him?
Nah.
Cruiserweight division hasn't really had like a this big long list of
Since Usyk
guys.
was in the division with Dorticos and all them, it hasn't been. I mean, at that point, that might have been the best cruiserweight era of all time, maybe second best. And since then, yeah, it's not a money division. It's like you could skip it and make 3-5 times more money, right, on either side of the division, specifically going up. And it's like if you're light heavyweight, what is it? It's like, oh man, if you like literally one more pound over,
Yeah, but I mean, and Matt said has David. I would argue that he has. I mean, he's fought Zerto, he fought Caleb, he fought like a lot of guys that's been in there with other high level guys. So
yeah,
and he's beat them. He beat the Nail. He beat like a couple other guys that like I said, they've had that experience. So I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it is. And fight night, Zerto was like every bit of like 230 in there at least.
Oh, I know, dude. That was crazy. Yeah,
at least
for sure, absolutely. He said, "Who's high level for David? A much smaller Andrade." I still think. See, and that's the problem. It's
but
like,
let me tell you though,
that was an answer that he answered.
Yeah, but a lot of people avoided fighting Andrade for a long time.
And maybe they were wrong to do so. Maybe he wasn't worth being as avoided as he was, but he was still avoided. It's like if I tell you, if it's you, me, Mex, Matt, and we're all standing in a circle and I have a bucket, right? And it's covered. And I say, there's a snake in here. Do y'all believe me? Who's going to be the brave one to put their hand in there? If one of y'all jumps in and grabs it and it ends up being Play-Doh, it doesn't matter, right? That's still impressive because you had no idea what you were going to face. And despite the fact that it came out good, it doesn't change what it took to get there. You know what I'm saying? So, good point. Abe, you want to give out the socials?
Yeah. First, I want to tell everybody, go visit fightsatw.com right now because I dropped an exclusive story with Edgar Berlanga in a way that no one's really spoken with him. And so we get like kind of personal with things that is going on in his life and stuff like that. So definitely check that out, fightsatw.com. My ex is at AbeG718. So is my Instagram, and then is AbeG Boxing on YouTube.
Champ, appreciate you coming through. And we'll talk to you next week, champ. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Peace. That was Abe Gonzalez, Abe G on X and Twitter. Go follow him. Go follow fightsatw.com, dude. Seriously, like I don't want to use the retard word if you're not following them or bookmarked, but I mean, it's kind of the one I want to use, you know. Here is the article that Abe was talking about. Yo, Edgar feels himself, bro. He like loves posing for pictures, dog. That's a sick ass shirt though. That's sick. It's like Coogee or some shit. Oh, I don't know, but it's probably like Gucci or something crazy, but that look like Coogee to me. In the current era, oh, nice. He got the embedded.
Yo, Edgar, what's going on, man?
What's up, buddy? How's everything?
Damn, Edgar looking clear. You got that badass phone.
Yeah, man.
Good.
Oh shit, he had Jacob Berkowitz on the show. Damn,
Good,
I need
man.
to watch that.
It's been a long time, man. I'm gonna get into that a little bit because I talked.
Look at Abe wearing the New York hat, dude. trying to be like, hey man, we cool now. Open up so I could you know, get a good interview. Let's see where we at. His best names skill wise are much smaller. You're absolutely right, Mex. You're absolutely right. I don't disagree with a lot of what you're saying there. I don't necessarily agree that Obitaya stands to be like a 50-50 guy right now. Honestly, I can't imagine David Benavidez not being the favorite in that fight. But again, specifically because of the margins and what we've already seen from these guys, right? But again, it does not negate the facts that David Benavidez's best wins are against people that he enjoyed a much, at least, let's call it a significant size advantage. Okay. No. Let's call it this. Let's call it a discernible size advantage. So I agree. And then that, that's why the Canelo thing bothered me so much, right? It wasn't even because like, oh, like stop calling Canelo out. You're just being a bitch. Like not even at all on that at all. What bothered me is that I've been here before. I mean, we've been here before, right? Amir Khan did this exact same thing, right? That David Benavidez seems to be doing now, in the sense of hoping for that big money fight, right? I'm not going to say that David Benavidez is in the same position as Amir Khan because they're not. That said, though, you can lose a lot of your boxing career by chasing ghosts. And I think that's what he's doing, right? There was a time where Canelo was a viable opponent at 168 and nobody really considered the weight and size disadvantages for Canelo, even though they were always substantial, right? So many people called out Canelo for not fighting him at 168. And at the end of the day, what they were doing was calling out a guy who was already daring to be great, fighting above his weight class naturally. But then they wanted to fight a guy who was clearly, going to be a more naturally fitted light heavyweight, right? And there was even, reports that he was sucking down in those last several fights. But that said, I think Abe is right. I think that when you're playing with the, what's it called? When you're playing with the, what's it called? When you're playing with, it's not IPO. What is it called? The okay, so the conversion rates, right? Click-through rates, the cost per click rate, all that. that was what he was attacking. That is what Benavidez was attacking. Right? He wanted to get the search for he wanted to get the algorithms to pop up in a way that would accommodate his win, right? So like it's not enough to just have the news Benavidez beat Zurdo, right? You need something more, right, to catch the casuals and calling out Canelo and the keywords. That's what it really comes down to. What keywords do you use that will trap traffic online, right? So anybody who's searching Canelo and Cinco de Mayo on that day, they're coming across David Benavidez. So saying his best win is Zurdo when public open said Zurdo hadn't done anything impressive. Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, because here's the thing, right? The argument can't get conflated. You can't conflate these arguments because this is exactly what happens, exactly what you're saying, right? Because it's like, are you saying that Zurdo was somebody to beat, like somebody that couldn't be beat or somebody that wasn't going to be beat? Like, are you saying that David Benavidez did something that no one else can do? No, none of that is true. What we are saying is that David Benavidez did what no one else has been able to do. That doesn't prove that he's number one pound for pound. That doesn't prove that he beats Jai Apataya, but it does show him passing the test, right? If you want to think about a boxer's career, use the Columbine. Oh, Jesus Christ. Use the combine, the NFL combine, as a metaphor, right? Being signed to an NFL team or drafted to an NFL team rather is the equivalency to signing to the big fight, right? The finally Mayweather gets De La Hoya, right? And all the drills that a player has to go through at the combine in hopes of becoming an NFL prospect. You know, you got the 40-yard dash, 60 at some for some of these guys. There's the 225 bench press metric, how many times you can get it up. There is the vertical, right? You get the vertical measured. And so all these things are at the combine for coaches are metrics and they're like a checklist, right? And it's like, oh, this guy's got a good 40, check. Oh, this guy's got a good vertical, check. Oh, this guy's got great hand-eye coordination, check, right? And so when you get down and you see, okay, well, he checked this, he checked that. Well, he didn't check that. He's a little off on here on this metric, but he checks this one, he checks this one. So now you can say, I have an evaluation for this player. He represents X. The same thing happens in boxing. I mean, obviously in a much different way physically, but the same thing happens in boxing where you put these guys in these fights and it's always do they pass the test, right? And passing the test in its lowest form is simply winning the fight. But when you can ace a test that no one else has ever aced, it says something. It says something, and it also puts you in a media cycle that never goes away, right? That fight, that highlight reel stoppage will be played forever, right? That is into the economy of David Benavidez as a star, okay? So what we saw on Saturday wasn't just him winning a fight he should have won. It was him winning a fight in a manner for which we aren't sure who else could do that. Who else could beat Zurdo like that? I don't think we know. Hey, shout out Polo. Appreciate you, champ. Nah, I didn't see it. This link doesn't work. I'm clicking it. It's not working. I guess. I don't know. All right. Let's see. Where are we at? It's not impressive. Mikey was super skilled, but Earl was much bigger. Yeah, exactly. I would say that's a little bit different. That weight advantage was a lot. I think it was more than what we're dealing what David's been dealing with. But it's a fair point though. David is majorly flaws. If he squares up against Jai like he did Zurdo and got caught, he will be going to sleep fast. You're right. And he does get squared up at times. But again, I think that's the aspect of that fight that is interesting, right? David would have to fight a fight that we have not seen him fight before, or at least not for 12 rounds. And he would have to be almost perfect on that night, right? So that's that New Yorker in him. I know, right? It's because it's a cruiserweight calling out a middleweight. Very true. Well, hold on, because you were a huge Amir Khan fan, and there was fans going nuts at the thought of Khan getting in with Floyd. Yeah, no. And that's the point I was making, Mex. I have an experience in this sport. I mean, not me personally, like we all have this experience of Amir Khan and his career, right? If you've been a fan long, or if you were a fan of boxing long enough to have seen the entire career professionally of Amir Khan, then you know what I'm talking about when I say waiting for the golden goose is usually detrimental to your career. You have to pave your own way. And if you end up getting that fight, then great, awesome. And if you don't, then you're not beholden to another fighter who refuses to give you or anyone an opportunity. And it's never as simple as that, right? There's always two sides to everything. But ultimately, I agree with you. I don't want to see David make the mistake that Amir Khan made. Amir Khan, I've said it before, I'll say it again, probably the number one offensive fighter of his generation, skill-wise, I mean. Before anybody crashed out, I said offense. So the whole, oh, his chin, oh, his deep. I didn't say fucking defense, did I? I didn't say he had a fucking chin, did I? I didn't say he got up better than anyone else. Fucking did I? No. I said he's the best offensive fighter because he is. And you know who agrees with me? Coach Mitty. And you know what? Coach Mitty's could beat your ass in boxing. So what are you going to do? All right. Let's see where we are. Oh, also he called out a motherfucker who left the arena. He wasn't even there. That's hilarious. Your best win can't be a 4-1 underdog. Very, very true. Oh, the Columbine thing. Yeah, that was an accident. Sorry. I got it. Hear me out. Benavidez versus Big Baby Miller. Yo, that would be wild. That is the Obafemi and Braun Breaker match right there. Maybe Obafemi and Penta. Jai could beat redo like that or worse. Yeah, maybe. I'm pretty sure he meant Zurdo. I don't know about worse. Maybe though. And honestly, David also now just doing this well at 200 proves Canelo's point. Even Jim Gray was like, let's be real here, David. I know. Yo, he was not having that shit at all. Like he was like, yeah, okay, whatever, dude. But let's be real. Shout out Jim Gray, bro. The first time I ever met Jim Gray, it didn't go over well. He made a poor impression on me. And not to say that I'm anyone to make an impression on or anything like that. Obviously, it would be me hoping to make a good impression on him. But it was the last Paul Williams fight ever. his last fight. I had the privilege of covering it. It was my first fight. It was my first boxing match that I ever covered. Was Paul Williams' last fight. And on the undercard was Areola versus Drummer Boy. And if you'll remember, Drummer Boy's trainer was, promoter was Don King. And Don King, I think he's used the word wetback or something in the presser. I don't remember, but it was some sort of disparaging Hispanic name. And fucking Ariel lost it, bro. And we're in Corpus, so it's like Mexicans just fucking rooting him on, and he's just going after him hard. He's like, fuck you, dude. I even think he called him the M word, not the N word, the Spanish M word. And if you know what that is, then if you know, you know. And if you don't, Google will probably help you with that. And so we were there, and then after the fight is over, Areola wins. He beats Don King's guy, and he just goes off on Don King in the post-fight presser, right? He's like calling him a fucking bitch, like crazy shit, right? And it was hilarious. And then Jim Gray, oh my God, it's so cringe. To this day, I get like goosebumps thinking about this because of how cringe it was. And he's like, remember, I remind you, we're on Showtime. All right. An hour from that moment, Showtime was going to be showing the hardest soft porn that you could find on cable by far. They were going to show a show where 40-year-old dudes that work at bars bang college chicks. That's the show that Showtime was showing like an hour or two after that fight. And yet Jim Gray tells Areola, hey, language, potty mouth. I mean, he doesn't say it like that, but it's honestly, it was probably lamer the way he said it. And so like he checks him on cursing. Then we get to the press conference. Mind you, it's not recorded or it's not being televised. All right. This is an old school presser where it's media only, and whatever happens in there, you'll learn about through us, right? No cameras. Or there was DeBella cameras, but obviously that's not for public showing. And Areola ends up apologizing to Jim Gray. And Jim is just there like a fucking virtuoso of moral dignity, right? Just such a fucking what's the word? Virtue signal. Like, what a virtue signal. Like, don't cuss on this premium channel where tits are showed every night at 10 p.m. Central. Like, the hell? You don't want me to say fuck? Well, guess what? The show on this network is literally showing fuck. I mean, not literally, soft core version of it, but anyway. Jim Gray is an asshole. I disliked him. I wish I could just say that, but I can't. You know what? I can. He is an asshole. Here's the thing. I don't know him personally. I can tell you that every fight I've ever covered, I've been close enough to him where I could hear him being an asshole to somebody. Oh man, I wish I could tell y'all this story. Oh man, I got to tell Mex and Matt though. Okay, I'm going to tell y'all this story. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to do this. Okay, I'm not going to tell y'all the second person in this story, but this person is somebody in boxing that everybody here knows. So this is the same card, the Paul Williams card, right? And I'm covering. I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying things like this. I don't know. Fuck it. So we're covering the fight, and it's me and my brother. I've told this story before, right? I got him credentialed as a photographer, as my photographer for the night, and I was doing the write up. And so anyway, we were put like front row. It was crazy. They had Steve Kim in back of us. Now, obviously, it's like probably something, because I was from Corpus and the card was in Corpus. But yeah, they had Steve Kim in back of us. I'll never forget that. I was like, what the hell? Why am I in front of Steve Kim? This doesn't make any sense. And so we're right in back of commentary, right? We hear Tarver and whoever else it was. And so the final fight before the main card starts was coming on. And remember, it was Showbox back then, and they would show the prelims Saturday night on Showbox. So we're live on Showbox, and then it cuts. Okay. And so there's like a 10-minute, maybe 5-minute window between prelims on show Extreme, or what was it? Whatever they showed it on. Whatever they showed Showbox on. I think it was Show Extreme. And then it would cut, and then there was a 10-minute gap between that and then Showtime Championship Boxing starting on the main channel, right? So we're in this like 10-minute no man's land where all the fights are over on the prelims and we're waiting for the event to start. So everybody's kind of just like moving around. Fans are getting beer, stuff like that. And obviously, me and my brother, we're just drinking in this whole experience, right? We've never been on this side of the table before. We've been to millions of fights. We've had some of the best seats in the house, but we've never been in this position. And so we're just like sitting there, enjoying it all, taking it all in. And Jim Gray cuts a promo for the card coming up. And then they're all kind of just taking a break, right? Waiting to come back on. And they're just like getting water. I think like somebody's doing their makeups and stuff like that. Dude, I swear to God, I'm not going to tell you who it was, but somebody leans over and starts talking to Jim Gray, somebody in boxing. And I swear to God, Jim Gray goes, "Your breath smells like fucking shit. Can you talk that way?" I was like, what the fuck? He's like, "Your breath smells like shit. Can you just talk that way?" Like super pissed off. Right. And I'm like, what is going on here? Because Jim Gray and this person are very much equals, if not Jim Gray's, you know what I mean? And I'm like, how is Jim Gray getting away talking to people like this? And it was then I learned that he is kind of a dick. And also he is very one-track minded, which is good, right? If you're doing a job and I'm paying you to be the job that he's doing, I want you to be singularly minded, right? I want you to focus on your job. I don't want you to be staring at the tits in the fucking 10th row. I don't want you to be thinking about the beer that the guy's got, and how good it looks. I want you focused. But yeah, dude, he turned over and he told a very prominent person in boxing, "Your breath smells like shit. You need to talk facing that way." And I was like, oh man, Jim Gray has got the cock of a hog. There's no doubt. That is a hog cock if you've ever seen one. And I ain't talking about the wrestling promotion. I bet you used that M word regularly in high school, Mario. No, I went to a pretty much white school, so nobody would have known that word. Quality softcore. Yeah, it was quality softcore. Cinemax, Showtime. This was the era for if you wanted to, or not if you wanted to, but if you were going to be overly sexualized as a child watching things you shouldn't be watching, like softcore porn, that was like the most like not tame, but like socially prevalent, right? Showtime at least had stories and also they had narrative and plot. I'll be honest, they didn't make a lot of sense, half the time. It's like, you just fired me and stole millions. Let's bone. And it's like, wait, what? Why? Why would you do that? He just hurt you. And so it was like, oh, well, this is because the whole show's just for the boobs. Jim used to annoy the fuck out of me when he did shit like that. Yeah, dude. And he would do shit like that. He would always call people out on like their language. And it's like, dude, you work for Showtime, the king of softcore porn, before Cinemax beat your ass. I used to watch a show when I was 10 years old, 10, called Red Shoe Diaries. I want you to, at some point today, all 40 of you watching, I want you at some point today to go and Google Red Shoe Diaries on your Google. Do Showtime Red Shoe Diaries. Maybe you got to put softcore in there. Who knows? And then I want you to look at the show that me and my cousin and brother were watching when we were 10 and 8 and 9. And then you'll understand the world we grew up in a little bit better. Mario calling out virtue signaling. How ironic. In what way do I virtue signal? Give me one example. Nest GT. I don't know what that was. I like it when Tom Brady tells Jim to shut the fuck up on his podcast. Yeah, that's actually really fun. Jim Gray told fucking Morrow his breath stinks. No, this Morrow wasn't with Showtime at this point. No, wait, was he? When did Morrow start with Showtime? Because the fight was in 2012, I think, or 13. Oh, yeah, he was. Yeah, since 2006. Oh, but wait. He became a mainstay for Showtime, acting as the lead announcer for Strikeforce until 2013 and later for Showtime Championship Boxing. Okay, so he was with, you're right, he was with Showtime, but he wasn't doing boxing yet. Or he had just started. Nah, hold on. If your breath smells like shit, I don't care who you are. I'm telling you too. He said clip that. Nah, you're lying, Max. Not lying, but you're trying to big dick yourself. Let me ask you this. You're with Floyd Mayweather, and he's like, Mex, I'm gonna take you and Matt and your brothers on the time of your life in Las Vegas. All on me, champ. Yo, we are actually at the very end of the night. I'm getting all y'all Richard Millers. You're gonna be sitting in that limo, and you're gonna be like, damn, Floyd, your breath fucking smells like shit, dog. Fuck. Do you brush your teeth with ass? Jesus Christ. Yo, I know you don't drink beer, but apparently you eat ass, motherfucker. I know you don't smoke weed, but your breasts smell like you've been smoking cock. That was a good one. Don't lie. That was a good one. You're telling me you're about to smack your hog, you'd get too into the story, LOL? No, I'm not saying I'd get into the story. I just appreciate. Here's the thing. Let me tell y'all very clearly. Yes, I can. Okay, I'm going to make this very clear so that y'all can know where I stand for the rest of time, okay? If you are someone who can get to completion while watching adult material that has nonsensical narrative, you're a psychopath. I want you to know that you're the psychopath if you can get around mentally nonsensical narrative, right? I'll never forget. So there was this video on what was it? I think it was UJIS back in the day. I don't know. I don't know what. I swear to God, I know y'all are gonna think I'm lying. I don't know the new ones today, right? I mean, obviously, like I know, like Pornhub, but like I don't know the new ones today. So whatever, it was like one of the older ones, right? And there was this video, and it was a Freddy Krueger spoof. Oh, great! I can't say it now. Is this coffee? Oh, can I have it? Ooh, vato. Damn, that's a shit ton of chocolate, champ. Yeah, you told me.
Can you open this for me, please?
Yeah.
Did you see
Take it out.
gooning?
Take it out.
Okay.
It's too much juice.
Gooning material?
Oh yeah, I saw that last night. That was hilarious. Alex isn't on, but I'll show him later. I was asleep last night, or I was trying to go to sleep, and then I saw Kins texted me, but it was like I didn't see the notifications because my phone was on silent. So it was like she texted me like 10 or 11, and it was like 1 a.m. And then I open it, and all I see is a picture of fucking Lola Vice in her underwear, and her and the message said gooner material for Alex. I was like, Jesus Christ, Mackenzie. I should not have introduced her to this community at all. Yeah, now I can't tell the story, but let's just say it was Freddy Krueger, and everybody knows what Freddy Krueger had, right? Okay, so replace the knives with, and then you understand what we're watching now. And it was, God damn you! Close the door. I don't even know how she heard that. Fucking crazy. And so he was like, I've been seeing you fantasize about me in your dreams. And now he's in the real world with them. Now, if you know anything about Nightmare on Elm Street, he kills you in your dreams, right? And this adult film set it up that this version of Freddy could interact with you or could see you in your dreams, but couldn't interact with you, but then somehow could come outside of your dreams and then literally come outside of his dreams. Damn, I'm on fire today. Anyway, the point I'm making is this. That's nonsensical. I cannot even wrap my brain around that kind of narrative. So if this head can't get around it, how can this head get around it? You tell me. You tell me, champ. And I'm not talking to Matt in this point. I'm talking to like literally everyone in the world. How? How do you do it? Tell me. Are you such a visual person that you could like masturbate to like a fucking statue or a painting? No, right? I mean, maybe some people are psychotic, but no one can do that. And so guess what? You're the psycho. Don't do that, kids. Yeah, exactly. Unless you are a child, then do not Google Red Shoe Diary. Yo, y'all are literally, I think Mex and Matt, here's the thing. I love them. I know they love me, so I know they're not doing it intentionally. But sometimes I get the feeling that they call each other or text each other, and they're like, what can we say to like get Mario completely taken off YouTube? Oh, it was fucking Weasel, wasn't it? Not gonna say except on the text. Floyd looks like he eat groceries. Did I miss that one? Floyd looks like he eat groceries. Like he eats ass like he eats groceries? Because that I agree with. And Broner. I wouldn't say he eats ass, but I would definitely tell him that shit stinks. Okay. Here's the thing. Mex, let me tell you right now. If we are ever, we're going to be, hanging out again at some point. But if we're ever hanging out and we're with somebody like super powerful or super rich, I'm going to tell you right now. If I see you stand on that same business and you keep the same energy, dog, that's it. You're like one of my new role models. You know what I mean? Like, because here's the thing. I also know that you're not that you're capping. I think you don't realize you're capping, right? Because I know if we're in the party bus with Vince McMahon, we're probably trying to get out because we see a bunch of dildos with wrestlers' names on it. But ultimately, we're in that party bus with Vince. You ain't telling him his breast stinks, champ. You ain't. Because you and I both are like, damn, can we get jobs on this bitch? I don't know. Let's see. You ain't telling Vince his breast smells like champ, his shit. I'm telling you right now. And also, not Turkey either. Champ, if you were with Turkey, there would be a chance you could start to like go to every fight, right? You just got to make one impression on him. And this mark will fucking mark you up to death. So you ain't telling Turkey either, champ. So again, I'm not even saying that you're lying or capping. I just don't think you would realize until you're in the moment. It's like sparring to get ready for Pacquiao or Fundora. It's like you can try, but you're not going to find anything that remotely resembles what you're going to find in the ring that night. God, it sucks because I have like hair that's like on the line that's been growing in since I cut it. And it's like, it used to be short enough I could just tuck behind my ear, or it used to be short enough I could just clip it. Now it's so long that it's heavy and it won't stay. So it fucking just tickles everywhere, but it's also not long enough to clip or to tie up. So fuck, it sucks. Bro, because nothing irks me more than motherfuckers who stink or breath stinks. Really? Nothing? Well, I mean, it sucks for sure, but I don't know. It doesn't, I don't know if I don't think it definitely bothers me because who the fuck wants to smell something so stinky? But usually when somebody stinks really bad in public, it's somebody who's like, you can tell they really can't take care of themselves very well, I usually feel sorry for people that really, really stink in public. Only thing annoys me more is fat people who stink and refuse to stop acting fat. See, that's not fair though, because having to stop acting fat. I like that you said this because it lets me explain the way I feel about a thing, right? I use the word fat a lot and I like call myself fat a lot. And there have been times like in TBV era, like even on other shows where people are like, you shouldn't say that because you're not dealing with a real weight issue and other people are. And it's like, first of all, you don't fucking know. I'm 5'6" and I weighed 190 pounds. Like, it doesn't matter how much muscle I'm carrying. I'm a little too big. I mean, now, I was fucking deadlifting 500 plus pound or close to, squatting for 90 and fucking benching 365. But ultimately, yeah, I was huge and I had enough weight to lose. And so the point I'm making is that being fat is not a reflection of your body. People that are overweight are heavy. People that are fat are mentally fat, right? So like I'm mentally fat because I just can't go without sugar, bro. I'll try for a week. Sometimes I'll make it a month, but I know I'm gonna get that Dr. Pepper back in me. You know what I mean? Like I know I am. Y'all seen it enough? I slip, bro. And bro, I'm telling y'all right now, oh my God, I don't know what they did to Baby Ruths, but they are so much better than they used to be. I had a Baby Ruth the other day and I was like, oh, this must grow from heaven. Jesus must pick these Baby Ruths out of the ground like carrots. You know how like when you pick a carrot, it's just like a whole fucking root comes up. They must pick these, right? And then Jesus sends them down to the good people at Mars Bar or whoever the fuck runs Baby Ruths, because Baby Ruths are fucking out of this world good now. Butterfingers too. Butterfingers used to taste like shit. Butterfingers were so good when I was a kid. Then they changed the recipe, tasted like shit. Also, you'd never find a fresh one in your life. And now all of a sudden, Butterfingers are fucking good again. I don't know what happened, but yeah, if you're sitting there poking logic holes in your softcore porn, then you needed to go to bed. Fair. But also, you got to realize when you're a kid that age, it's like, dude, I'm not going to go to bed at a time where I have the ability to watch softcore porn without anyone even remotely finding out. Now, I'm going to finish this one, champ. We're going to get into it. We need to understand, the world. Lola Vice said, that's funny. He said, clip that. No, we're just assholes like that. I mean, I don't even think it's just like an asshole thing. I think there's an ability that you have, Mex, that makes you make somebody feel like they're one of the guys. So it's like when you say something dick, I think sometimes people take it as a joke, even though you're serious. They think that you're not trying to be funny, but just being funny. And so yeah, I don't think people realize a lot when Mex is actually being an asshole. In my Vince voice, I call this one the Hitman, pal. Oh man, it's they say it's pink and it gives you a sharp shooter right in the crotch. Oh shit. Mario, I'd call turkey a sand or Jesus Christ. Why did I even put that on? Jesus. Nobody. Okay. And we just lost 4 people right there. How is it not fair? I'm fat, but I'm out here acting like a fat fuck. That's what I'm saying. Because acting like a fat fuck is different than actually being overweight, right? I can act like a fat fuck, and so could like somebody with a 6-pack abs, and we can act like fat fucks for as long as we want, right? How is that different from a person that's actually overweight, right? I don't think it is. Wear shirts that fit, don't squeeze into 2 times, even you're clearly a 4. Yep, very well said. And don't make 4 fucking trips to the buffet line. These are all good advices. Just grind my gears. I hate fat people. Jesus Christ, Mex. Nah, we light up your mom's phone too while she's at work. Oh shit. I never been a dick to you though, Mario. You're in the bro category. No. No. And here's the other thing is when we get to the bro category, like in our culture, right? Then it becomes like a cousin thing, right? I assume that's what the Samoans, that's what it's like. That's why they call themselves fam all the time, like literally call each other like cousins and shit. Because that's how I think they think it is. So it's like you could never offend me. I mean, I'm not going to say you could never offend me. Obviously, anyone could be offended. I'm going to say, though, it would be very hard because I don't ever take your words with maliciousness. Like, even when you're saying something really fucked up, it's usually super funny. So I know it's like a joke. You know what I mean? Like, if you were like to come on and be like, Mario, you're such a short, small dick loser. Wow. And then like you just stayed on that narrative. Yeah, I would probably at some point be like, dude, what the fuck's your problem? Like, what's going on today? Are your feelings hurt? Did I do something? Like, but yeah, I would assume I don't think there'd be anything you could say to me that I wouldn't assume was a joke. Yeah, bro, my mom gets the same treatment from us at work. We are nonstop. I 1000% believe that. 1000. Hey Mario, my favorite NGPW Super Junior is heading to WWE. Who? Evil is already there, so I know it's not evil. In our culture, is this blood in, blood out? Yeah, exactly. Exactly way. Which, if you ever saw our mom roast us, our behavior would make perfect sense to you. You know what? Por la corchla. Oh, Jesus, Mario, you're on my regular speaker. Oh, my bad, dude. My bad. You should have told me. Yeah, that just means I wouldn't call you short, small, D, maybe, but not short. Yeah, that would actually hurt my feelings more. I would rather somebody, I would get way less hurt somebody making fun of my penis for being small than my height for being short. Definitely, 100%. But I don't think I could be triggered on that anymore. I really don't. Like, I got into a lot of fights as a kid. A lot. Some worse than others. I would say that the majority of them started over the short stuff. And it wasn't even like that's what did it. It was like that's where it started, right? Like, oh, Mario's short. Let's try to, put his ass in the fucking locker. I was like, nah, bro. You're gonna put me. You could try to put me in the locker, but if you get even remotely close, I'm gonna try to bite your fucking face, or I'm gonna fucking scratch your eyes, or I'm gonna fucking put you in a guillotine. Like, that's what it was. See, people don't realize there's an advantage to being short and fighting. The times that I lost fights the worst were always to people my size, always, or shorter, or maybe like a couple inches taller. Never once got my ass kicked to anybody more than like 4 or 5 inches taller. Never. Either I got so low and then came up and clocked them, and then that was it. They were just passive after that, or eventually I got close enough and just fucking, close the distance. But yeah, for sure, the people that have fucked me up the most have been people under 5'6", for sure. Maybe 5'8", somewhere around there. They weren't tall guys. Let's just say that. No horseshoe. No, that's not true. Let me look this up. Oh, my bad. That's not horseshoe. My bad. All right, let's see. Body slam. Word going around the performance center. Holy shit. Oh, wow. Alex is hit us with another one. Fuck, dude. Word going around the performance center is that Hiromu Takahashi is signed to the WWE. Oh, yeah. They said that it was Nox Ragin. Is it Regine? I don't know, but they are stupid, though. Those names are so stupid. I'm sorry. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Mario, you'd hear a lot of other shit before we got to height or looks. Oh, because Matt just said I'm adorable looking. That's what Matt just said. I don't know. I mean, that's go off of his words, not mine. Alex, do you think I'm a dick? I don't like this narrative Mario's pushing. I'm not even trying to push the narrative, champ. And, by the way, just so you understand, my perception of you doesn't come from this show. Actually, I find you much less dick overall today. I remember you from my idea of you is shaped from TBV, right? And even though you were cutting promos a lot of times for Border Wars stuff, you would go kind of far, champ. I don't mean that in like an ugly way or anything. Grade A quality hate. Oh, good. Now you're gonna mansplain why you have a small man complex. Yo, y'all are fucking killing today. Matt was up far, and Mex has been just crawling his way back there. Do you have any word for Billionaire Ted's and his overall legacy? Yeah, champ. Actually, we had Abe on earlier. Shout out to Abe Gonzalez. You can go to X and follow him at AbeG, or you could just go to fightsatw.com, bookmark it, make it your one-stop shop for all combat sports. Okay, wait. All right. My bad. Sorry, guys. Abe had sent me something. I wanted to see what it was. It's from IG. It is a Kenny Omega reel. Oh shit. Kenny just posted a clip from Capcom 8 years ago of the Elite defeating the New Day. Kenny Omega defeating Xavier Woods. I think they were playing. I don't think it was Fortnite. It was, what was it? I want to say it was Ultimate Street Fighter or whatever it was, Super Street, whatever the fuck it was. The Turbo. I think I want to say it was Turbo Street Fighter they were playing. Oh man, it would be so sick. I love Big E, but yo, Big E was like fucking snatched right here. His waist is just, yo, I think this was Big E's best physique. Yo, he is so big and his waist is so small in comparison. Yo, Big E probably could have been a bodybuilder, honestly. Like, he probably could have done like really well in the bodybuilding community. I mean, certainly he could have been a power lifter for sure. I mean, he already has better numbers than a lot of power lifters in his old weight range. I deal enough with Napoleon syndrome with my dad, who's almost named Mario. Interestingly enough, is it Dario? Because that's my niece's boyfriend's name. Alex, I feel like Ted gets overlooked, probably purposely, as an afterthought when it comes to the legacy of WCW. They minimize him historically, or they minimize him in historical context currently. Absolutely right. And just to respond to Alex's point, although I do suggest Alex checking out the beginning of the show, because Abe, man, he brought a lot of really great points to the show. But I'll say this: Ted Turner's legacy in wrestling is probably as iconic as it is in television. And while that's a really hard thing to sell, because what he did for TV and cable changed the world, right? Changed the world. There would be no Fox News if Ted Turner didn't have his turn at the plate. There would be no MLB Network if Ted Turner. Here's the thing. I mean, those things would have happened, I guess, eventually, but those things in part happened because of the force that was Ted Turner. There are people that come along in this world and there's just something special. Maybe they're touched by God. Maybe they're sent by aliens. Maybe they're given a download by some sort of interdimensional beings. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck cares? The truth is, they come and they reshape our world. You could put Walt Disney in that place. You could put Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, despite the fact that he wasn't really the engineer, or the brains behind the actual tech itself. He certainly knew how to wear a fucking turtleneck. But ultimately, Ted Turner, his legacy is lost. He'll never get the gratitude, or maybe not gratitude is the right word. He'll never get he'll certainly never get the respect he deserves. And without Ted Turner and without his bold decision to launch WCW as a direct competitor to WWE, I don't know if we'd have TNA or even AEW or any of these places. Ultimately, Ted Turner set a standard for what it means to be a rogue billionaire cowboy. And he did it well. And here's the thing. I think he did it without hurting as many people as Vince. Obviously, when you get to a level of Ted Turner, there's going to be, some bodies left in the wake of your success. But I'll be honest, I would be very willing to bet that if God could somehow come down and give us the truth about every single person that both of these men hurt in their quest for cable dominance, I'd be willing to bet that Ted doesn't have half the bodies in his closet that Vince has, literally and figuratively. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I don't know. He probably did kill someone, but ultimately, I think that there is this place that Ted Turner belongs. For those that know, I wonder if he'll ever get into the WWE Hall of Fame. They should, right? Shouldn't they put Ted Turner in the Hall of Fame? If they're putting WCW people in, right? Like what we're still mad at Ted Turner because he was a heel to Vince, the guy who was just slapping women office workers at Titan at Titan Center in fucking Connecticut with dildos named after wrestlers. Like that's we're mad at him still because of this? No, we don't give a shit, right? That's a surprise, actually. He was already talking to Tony. Was he? Wow. I knew he was leaving. I honestly didn't think he was going to sign with anybody right away. Oh, yeah. I'm a grade A shit talker. You definitely are, champ. Dang, you already spoke on it. I'll rewind later. Don't want you to repeat yourself. No, champ. Alex, you got a wrench. You can absolutely inject any topic you want at any point. But is recognition the word you're looking for? Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Legacy induction for sure. Yeah, that would be, I think, where you go with it, right? Because like Ted Turner, I mean, there's just so much, you know what I mean? So much about it that you could really that you could really like get away with. Oh man. No, that's not it. All right, let's finish up the topics. I have one more on IG. Let me see. This isn't it. Yo, this is the fakest shit.
And the tappy, that's when it works.
This is
So
such, I
hold this
hate
for me,
these
kid.
people. This is so
So,
fake.
if I'm
I hate
empty
how
hand-
fake this is.
Through.
No, that's
It's the
not
same
at all
sequence,
gonna
right?
happen
So
like
I'm just
that.
adding a little flurry to it. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, but what he's not telling you is when you miss the knife by half an inch, it slices your entire fucking hand off. What he doesn't tell you is that when you have this much room to stab, probably gonna get stabbed.
Turn it over here, strike through. Knee to the leg.
You oh my god, you're so much. I know that my community doesn't need to know this, but just in case somebody's watching that isn't part of the community, that I could help right here. This is bullshit, right? You're so much better off going to a boxing gym, right? And not even like one of those like new like boxing gyms that smell really nice and are cleaned every day. You don't need to go to those. Those are like $100 a month. Go to a shitty local gym. Maybe they charge you 25, maybe a 50 a month, maybe. But you will get much more out of just hitting a bag in with next to other people who are trying to accomplish the same thing than you would out of this shit. This is ridiculous.
Right?
And
Sweep.
he's so serious. Sweep?
Yes? It's all
No.
part of it.
No, it's not. It's
Yes?
not part of it. you
Be
idiot.
quiet.
They refuse to do anything they're asked to do.
Oh, have y'all seen this guy, the prison doctor? I don't know if this is fake or not. Let's just say, okay, I'll just show it to y'all so in case you haven't seen it.
Without arguing back or constant fighting with each other, throwing things at the front of the car while I'm driving.
Wow.
Yeah.
They throw things at your car while you're driving.
They throw things
I mean, out your car while you're driving.
No.
Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Open your mouth one more time and watch what's going to happen. Be
God damn.
quiet. Do you
Yo,
understand what I just said?
this has got to be a job for Mexican women and black men. They should, white parents, specifically single white parents, should pay to have either a Mexican mom come bitch your kids out or a black dad come and bitch your kids out. I honestly think it would save the world. I really do. I know you probably think like, oh, you're just talking shit. No. I honestly think that prison doctor could fucking save the world.
Hey,
Yes.
Because the future of the world is our kids. And if you're not putting the fear of God into your kids and they think that it's like totally appropriate for you to like, yo, she said they throw hands at me. See, that's why I think some of this stuff is staged. Like, I can't ever imagine any mother I've ever known and then being like, what did they do? They threw hands at me. Like, what? Were y'all scrapping in the yard? What was going on when that happened?
go ahead, man.
You said talk one more time, see what happened. He shut the fuck up real quick, bro.
Other children with disrespect.
Yo, look at his face. He's like, nah, ma, you're not gonna tell him everything. Come on, don't tell him that.
Hitting, telling them they can't play with toys and just a lot.
Do they call you out of your name?
Yes, sir.
What do they call you, ma'am?
Bitch, idiot.
I knew it. I knew bitch was coming, dude. I knew it. I fucking had friends, badass little friends like this, dude. They did deserve to get their ass kicked.
Stupid.
I don't see passwords.
Stand up. Stand up. Come here. Come here.
See, but Alex said I'd headbutt the guy for talking to my kid like that. Yeah, if you're around, right? And you would be around, but I'm assuming that the dad's not around in these situations. Because yeah, you're absolutely right. This is the dad's thing, right? But if you're a single mom and you need that ass whooping for the kid, right? I mean, shit. Why shouldn't that be a job? I don't know. I listen again. I don't know how bad these kids are. Obviously, this content's just been coming through on my algorithm lately. It's funny. It's very, very funny. But it's less funny when you start to consider that it's probably not like full on staged.
With your children, ma'am.
Come on, let's go. No, no, no. Don't do this. Don't do this. No. No. Pa, comme ça. Allez, let's go. No, no. Refais. Comme ça. Allez, pa, pa. Go. Pa, pa. Non, trop long.
All right.
Bam, bam. Ouais. Bam, bam. Allez, go.
She's terrible. This is terrible. This is awful work. I hope y'all know that this is a terrible mom. And I'm not saying she's a terrible mom. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I mean, she's a terrible trainer mom. She's a great mom spending time with her kid. That's awesome. But you're yelling at him for mechanics that he's fucking up. And yet you're giving him a pad work routine that is meant to be fucked up and not thrown strategically. So this is what's going on. I just want y'all to understand this. This woman, she's a TikTok mom or an IG mom, right? She's like the dads who post way too much of their kids playing football or basketball or baseball. This is this version, boxing, right? You're creating a routine so that you could get your 135,000 views, but the routine is totally against the routine goes totally against the nature of trying to find crisp work, skill, technique. You cannot teach great technique trying to do the Floyd shit. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. This makes me mad for real, yo. I want to fight this woman. Well, not me, but I want to get Ash to fight her. I mean, fuck it. If she want to fight, I'll fucking fight her. She don't look more than 5'4". I'm 5'6". Shit, she look like she weigh more than me right now. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing with that. I'll fight her kid though. Shit, sign me up. Let's see what work he got. I'll show you what happens when you go to the gym and you actually put in work and not try to get fucking views like a helicopter mom who's trying to live her shitty career through her son. That's what time it is with this cyclone bulldozer. How about psycho? Here, I'm gonna put a comment. Let's see. Y'all think that's too harsh? You're trying to get views with these routines while teaching your son terrible technique. Shit job. Post. I don't give a fuck. Y'all think I give a fuck? She a better father than most fathers. Shut the fuck up. You probably a shit father too.
Customizing.
Fucking shit.
How could Muhammad?
I know you go both ways. What is going on with? Okay, I swear
Concussion
to
can be
Christ that this is not my reels. Am I signed in? I swear to God, these are not the reels that pop. I'm fucking like, what is going on? Where are all the women in thongs? No, I'm just kidding. That doesn't happen either. I'm happily married. Brain injuries can be life or death issue. Yeah, the fuck? Hot take, bud. Hot take, Timu Pete Hegseth.
Be a life or death issue in professional wrestling. And there were two examples over the last 2 weeks, one good and one bad.
This is Christopher Nowitzki. He looks so different. I didn't even recognize him. I can now, though. Yo, that's sick. He got the old helmet.
Remind us why concussion education in professional wrestling is so important. I know this as a former WWE superstar who had my
Did he try to remind us he was a professional wrestler by using an arrow to point to the wrestling boots? Why didn't you just insert a clip of you wrestling? Why would, and first of all, how does that prove anything? Hey guys, you know that I am a professional skateboarder and shoe designer. See this shoe right here? It's on the back of my wall, so it must belong to me. If I had kids, that woman is just weak. Yeah, but see, that's the problem, though, is you got to understand, though, like, boys will only respond. Some boys will only respond to a man's, not aggression, but I guess aggression, to a man's authority, right? Like, I got raised by women, so the last thing I'll ever want to do is disappoint a woman. That's just how I was raised. I'll never want to disappoint a woman. A man could yell at me all he wants. Just don't push us to the point where we got to do something about it, because neither of us are going to come out good, right? we both either going to jail or getting fucked up, or you're gonna kill me and then go to jail, or I'm gonna kill you and then go to jail. So like it don't work out like that. But I think when it comes to like kids, like because me and my brother were a handful. My brother was a crazy little kid. I was the kid that was always like, guys, I don't think we should do it. We're gonna get in fucking trouble, right? But we still got into shit, right? Like, bro, you can't live the way we lived back then, but we were outside all the time. We were walking 9-10 miles from our house, right? And here's the thing, I'm not gonna say nobody was getting molested back then. I'm gonna say you weren't gonna fucking molest us. Fuck no. My boy had a fucking knife in his pocket, one in his shoe. My other fucking 12-year-old friend, you know, stole his uncle's gun a year ago and has been carrying it with him everywhere. Like at the end of the day, it was like, you know what I mean? Like that was not a great neighborhood to be trying to diddle kids in. I mean, no neighborhood is good to do that, but you don't want to do the one where you get the kid in the van and he takes all your candy because he fucking blew your head up. Or just don't let your kids get like that. Let a father figure of some kind. But how though, right? Because it's like, man, a lot of dudes are just shit, right? We know that. A lot of dudes are just terrible at being fathers and being a role model. So it's like, and by the way, I've been seeing a lot of content lately, mostly coming from like right-wing circles, but it really is men in general that have been like, oh, y'all know what time it is. We block in everybody with a kid on the dating apps. And it's like, okay, but that's like, you're on the dating apps, you fucking retard, right? Nobody's trying to get married. Like you're like, oh, I don't want to deal with kids. Yeah, she doesn't want you to meet the fucking kid either. You could be a pedo. You could be a retard. You could be a fucking moron who has already lost the fucking 5 kids he already has. Yeah, she doesn't want you to meet her fucking kid. So calm down. She just wants to bone, but you're too much of a pussy to close the deal. Also, she doesn't like you anymore because your penis is weird. I love the ones where the parents' kid like to fight at school, so they take them to the gym to get the shit kicked out of them. Oh, I love those. Oh, I wish I could find one right now. There's this one that I always wanted to show y'all, but I forgot to save it one time, and then when I try to go back to find it, I never could. Mario is a top rage baiter. You know it, champ. Fucking Nowinski.
Dead in the middle of little did we know that we riddled.
You know what I mean? We got way bigger problems. DJ Khaled's little brother over here, just like killing me, dude. Now he's speaking Persian, dude. And he's saying the N-word like he can really say it. I can't. Why? Because you're from Kuwait?
That was actually a really good one.
Damn, you're bragging that you paid with a Groupon in front of your chick? Wow, you've given up, dude.
What makes him the greatest president of all time?
Whatever he says.
Kylie.
Oh, I love this little girl. She is so cute. This is the one that's deaf, and her dad, they do like this is the one where Danhausen, her video popped up. If here's the thing, if you haven't seen that, then you're just not perpetually on the internet like I am.
I'm gay. Yes, but all women.
Oh God. See, that's no,
A day in the life of a
no, that's not. I don't want to see that. The hell? That's not Johnny
professional
Mansour.
boxer. I wake up at 6 a.m., wash my face.
Does he really sleep with his WBC belts right there?
Brush my teeth.
Is that lame? Or would y'all do it? Would you sleep with your WBC belts hung to the bed? I think I would.
And most importantly, gel my hair.
Wait, the hell? That's not the same bed. There's no sheets on this. Damn, his main bathroom ain't working. Damn, Chan, you bought a fucking dud house. That's all right. I like the doors, though.
Then I'm always in a hurry. It's like 6:20. I got to be there by 6:30.
Champ, what house are you in? Champ, if there's anybody there named Epstein, run. Get out now!
So I grab my keys, a banana. Oh.
I hop in the ferry that takes me away from the island back to main civilization.
Grab my shoes, and I'm off to my first workout of the day.
Dodging the men that come and try to get me.
You know what bothers me? You know what?
Oh, this is the JD from New York thing. Have y'all seen this? We'll watch it real quick. He's
bothers me the most
is
about
pretty good.
this
It's not bad.
is that the guy writing the fucking show let these two guys down. The guy writing the fucking show let these two guys down to a fucking point where they basically killed every ounce of what they had as the New Day dead.
Wait, this is JD from New York, right? Yeah. He's wearing an Atlanta hat. Is he retarded or is he just not really from New York?
No create.
Here's the thing. You have to be a special type of piece of shit to root for Atlanta, knowing what went down with New York in the rocker era. That's like me being a Redskins fan. Ugh, can you imagine? Or a Philly fan? Ugh, I got a bad taste in my mouth. Yeah, that would be like me being one of those fans. Fuck that noise. Or like the Cardinals. Like the Cardinals, let me tell y'all something real quick. There is no woman on this earth that is responsible for a more worst case of blue balls that I've ever had than Albert Pujols from the St. Louis Cardinals. Nobody has given me, no woman has ever given me worse blue balls than the Astros and Albert Pujols. I thought we were bound for a World Series. I thought we were going to go back to back. And Albert Pujols hit a home run that I don't think has come down still, off of the slider that I think he hit that one to Galveston. It left the Houston ballpark, but it didn't touch down until it got to the beach in Galveston, to the water wall. Yeah. So
no direction, no vision, no follow-up. How many times do we talk about Triple H not sticking the fucking landing? They can create a moment. Triple H creates a great moment. Triple H starts things out when he wants to really get fucking inventive and really wants to set the tone. He's got it down.
You know, last year, whenever we had like, I forgot what show it was, but we ended up having like 200 people on. It was right after a fight. I went live. I don't remember which one. And I was doing my shtick, obviously. And somebody said, stop stealing JD's gimmick. And I was like, what gimmick is that? And then I realized, oh, they think that I'm a crybaby piece of shit. That's weird. I like.
Welcome to taking my black friend to white people shit.
Welcome to. I want a medal.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. I really don't know what is going on with my algorithm.
Games. I was 11-0 as a pro. Nike, Subway, Coca-Cola. I was on top of the world. Then one punch changed everything. My eye socket shattered mid-fight. 9 surgeries, 3 years of hoping, believing I'd come back. I spent every penny I earned from boxing trying to fix it. And then one day, I had to accept it was over. And when I retired from boxing, I didn't just lose a career or my job.
Was Anthony Gogo the guy that did? He was the guy he did AEW, right? Anthony Gogo was in AEW, right? He did that thing with Cody.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gary and Bree Owen in the house. Come on, my chicken choosy. Never come without a rubber. Never in the sheet
I get on top of the cupboard.
Drive a compressor. Top notch pros get the
in the club.
Messing up the game and you get no love. She be cross country giving all that she got. 1,000
Bentley's off the lot. Gray one. Red. Red. Hey, fucking, he didn't say the word at the end. Wait, is that the comedian? The one that talks black? Who the fuck is this guy? Oh yeah, Gary Owen. That's who it is. Damn, Bun B rapped out. Why? I don't understand. He's not from Houston. He's from New York. Is his chick from Houston? Was Bun B just there already? I don't understand this. And why this song? Did you meet her to this song? This isn't romantic at all. It would be for me though. Here's the reason why that my wife would never be able to get away with this, because I would just be talking to Bun B the whole night after this.
That's right, baby. He chose her tonight. She chose him. It's going down. Hey, ladies and gentlemen.
That's also very.
You know, I hate you already.
Let's cook up some.
You asked for
All right, I'm done with IG, bro. I'm done, champs. Let's get the fuck out of here. That's crazy. Let me see. Bro, I fuck wearing my chubby weight title. Hell yeah, I'd sleep with my WBC belt hanging off the bed. Hell yeah, champ. Me too. Nah, man, the worst thing ever in history was the Stros finally landing Pudge just to trade him back to the Rangers. I don't know, man. I don't know. That fucking Albert Pujols home run still gives me PTSD. So that was probably my most epic crash out in history when that happened. Fuck yeah. Media day has come and gone. Everyone was kept away from each other. Strickland met Terry and their friends. Nina showed her feet too. Oh, Jesus Christ. Chill day press conference tomorrow. Oh man, dude. I remember when MMA Guru and Nina had their drama, and I was like, man, MMA Guru, just like be chill, bro. Like just let her live. Like we would do our thing. And I mean, I'm not like, you know, I don't fucking know MMA Guru. I'm just saying, like, I much more relate to his content, right? And then time went on, and I was like, oh no, I get it now. I get it. I get why you got a problem. I'm not saying I have the same problem. I understand why people have that problem. It's like, oh, it's just so gross, dude. It's so gross. I'm sorry. It's so gross for Nina Drama to be feet farming for the pure purpose of getting her brand over and selling UFC tickets and pay-per-view buys. Like, what an egregious, because like the thing is like, do you realize who goes on to the internet? Do you know the people that go onto the internet and jerk off to feet? Do you understand who these people are? Is that you want these people to be sitting next to you at the UFC? Because I don't. I want to be able to wear some fucking mandals without some dude dry rubbing his dick next to me at a fight. Dry rubbing his dick like he's gonna eat it. That was too far. I got you. Yeah, dude. I just can't imagine. Like, I don't know. I guess if you're Dana White, like if I'm Dana White, I'm like, oh well, yeah, go ahead and show your feet, because that's gonna be like 1 million of the horniest men on the internet, you know, tap it in. But then it's like, is that what I want my promotion to be? The OnlyFans aspect of it? Like, if she showed her boobs, that would be less desperate. I'm not even joking about that. I honestly think if she flashed the camera once, that would be less desperate than showing her feet as many times as she's done this already. And here's the other part. I don't like that she pretends it's an accident, or she pretends like she doesn't know what she's doing. Like, you're trying to horn up the feet community. Don't try to hide that. It's Gary Owen. Yeah, champ. Go ahead and call Gary the M word too, Mario. You know you want, dude. Next, can you stop? Seriously, please. You're gonna get me in trouble. You have to understand, Mario. Pudge is like my hero, my baseball idol. He's in my top 3. Oscar, Eddie, and Pudge. Yeah, dude. Pudge was for sure. So that shit sent me over the edge. So you don't massage your girl's feet? Yeah, but see, that's different though, right? That is, like if I massaged her shoulders, there is a release, right? There is a relaxation, there is an endorphin. And so all that, as you encounter stress, of course, I'm not saying feet are gross. I'm not saying feet are weird to enjoy. Not at all. Not even a little bit. What I'm saying, it's a very normal thing from what I understand. What I am saying is that the feet content of the internet is a different world, right? It's one thing to like have an app that you want to advertise. And so you advertise it by showing a woman playing the video game on her couch barefoot. You know what you're doing. You know who you're trying to sell to. But you're not being obtuse about it, right? You're not being overt about it. And you're also not playing dumb about it. Well, you are, but you're not doing it in a way that is obvious, right? The problem, again, I don't have a problem with Nina at all, and I don't have a problem with her content. I don't enjoy it, or it's like not for me, but I get it. I do. I see her appeal. It's cheap. It's such a cheap promotional tactic to show feet. I'm sorry. It just seems like, how desperate are we at this point for people to watch the fight? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe feet are the new Mike Tyson grabbing his dick and saying, "I'm going to eat your kids." Or what did he say what did he say to the reporter at the Lewis press conference? Something psychotic. I remember that. Didn't he say he was going to F him? Oh God, did he say that? Did Mike Tyson say that? Let me look it up. All right, let's see. All right, here we go. The hell, this isn't what I wanted. Is this it? Bro, this is when fights were promoted, bro. Hell yeah. That's different though. Yeah. It is different, Alex. I will say that very much so. Yo, check this shit out, bro. Oh my God. I remember this like it was. Oh, I got the chills just from thinking of this. I swear to God, that was the chills you just saw of me remembering where I was seeing this. I remember it happened, and I remember thinking, no, I didn't see what I just saw. That's not what I saw. I saw that something else happened there. And there was no DVR, so you couldn't rewind, or at least I didn't have one. And I had to wait like 30 minutes or an hour before SportsCenter reshowed it. And it was like, or no. I think it was Fox FS1. Whoever Jim Rome was on at that time. Showtime, maybe? FS1? Something like that. Anyway, here was the brawl heard around the call. That didn't make any sense. Here's the Sporta where Mike Tyson threatened to fuck a reporter. Come on, dude. If you don't fucking laugh at that, like, why are you even watching the show? The hell does not have volume? Oh. Yo, great speech. Why are they playing like Bollywood music? You know, like the action music from like a Bollywood movie, like the what's that RRR movie? I forget what it's called. This is like what it is. The hell wasn't me? Yeah, I did look good.
Ripped your face off and one of Lewis finished put his hands in his face. That's what happened. He put his hands up, Mike? He smushed Mike in his face.
Yo, he told that reporter to F off, and then he told him to suck him off. That is wild era. Wild era boxing. Woo! That was quite a era there. Let's see. Well, let's go ahead and go to YouTube. Yo, what happened to Oh, here it is. Fuck, dude. God damn, that took for fucking ever. I hate YouTube on the fucking on the what's it called? Oh yeah. By the way, have y'all seen the Russian Ultimate Fighter with John Jones and what's his name? Hold on. Alex said, note about Zillafat too. He's currently still champion of multiple indie promotions, including HOG, House of Glory. Yeah. Yeah, actually, when we talked with Abe earlier, his official prediction is Jacob Fatu wins and Zilla Fatu makes either a debut or just a cameo for the night. And Matt told us that he is in Tampa for the weekend. He's scheduled for a show. And so he's still, yeah, as you said, the HOG champion, Hog champion. He is also is he Reality of Wrestling champion too? I think he might be. I've pitched my idea for Zilla to go in the rafters at JCW. Yeah, you did. I actually was watching the JCW show last week too. It's pretty fucking crazy. But anyway, this is the shot, or this is the something that happened on air the other day with Jones and DC. So check this out. It's hilarious.
How does Daniel suggest that someone can beat me when he couldn't?
Hey, listen.
Translate,
Listen.
please.
No, translate. Hey, listen.
Translate. Let her translate.
Listen,
Be quiet.
go.
Quiet, you.
Hey, wait, stop. Listen. 200 centimeters height. 8 years youth difference. Still so insecure that he stuck a needle in his ass. Still so insecure. 8 years younger. 8 years younger. 200 centimeters height.
Hey.
That he
Hey.
go. No.
Daniel,
Hey, actually,
Daniel.
he don't. Abe do. He call Abe, tell Abe, stick my ass.
Hey.
Yeah, you did Abe.
Hey.
Hey, yes.
Let her translate.
Hey, let her translate.
Yo, these guys, I swear to God, if they were to go and get like a TLC deal to like do a fucking like real world version of The Odd Couple, I'm watching. Are you not watching? Would you not watch? Here's the thing. I would fucking pay to watch either a movie, a documentary series, whatever, where John Jones and DC toured the country in an RV that they had to both stay in and sleep in. And like every state or city they got to, they had to like perform a challenge with each other as partners. I mean, at some point they're going to fight. You know that, right? At some point they're going to fight. Anyway, let's get to Texas jury sentences FedEx driver to death of murdering the 7-year-old Athena Strand. Good. Very, very good. What happened here? Daniel Dubois just ended his interview with Ariel Helwani earlier. That was one of the all-time weirdest interviews of my career. Ariel Helwani said, how long is this? 1 minute and 11 seconds. Okay. Y'all see it? All right.
I feel like you don't like me. It's just like it's a vibe here that I'm getting.
That's a weird thing to say. I have no context here. I want to make this very, very clear. I have zero context. I saw the tweet. I clicked on it, and this is the first thing I've heard. That is the weirdest thing I could ever imagine saying to another fighter. The amount of oh man, I can't believe, and this is Ariel Helwani, right? This is the guy who fucking, I have that Bret Hart, by the way, in the back. Mine's right here. You see it right here. It's that Bret Hart right there. I don't know. That's so weird, right? Like imagine like me interviewing Wilder all those years back on TBV, right? And I don't know, he doesn't like me yet, but I'm getting the vibe. Right? And imagine me being like, hey, can we just stop for a second? Do you like me? I feel like you don't like me right now. Can we just talk about that and make me the center of this interview for a second? Because I just don't feel like you like me. No, you haven't answered any of my questions in a way that solidifies that. No, you've been extremely professional. But I just feel like you don't like me. Please like me. Oh, love me. Dude, Ariel, what the fuck, bro? I get the feeling you... Okay, I got to watch the rest of it, though, now, because maybe Daniel was like, oh, you look like a big schnoz man. And then it'll be like, oh, yeah, he doesn't like him. But I don't think that happened. I don't think he called him a big schnoz man. I think he was just kind of like chill with him.
It's not. It's not.
It's not?
I'm in just fight mode, man.
I was watching you against Joe Joyce, and I said it's bullshit the way they're treating you, the British public, the British media, the way they're talking about you. I had your back. I was taking bullets for you here.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. You're trying to suck his dick now? Why? Why do it this way? Ariel's one of the biggest journalists in the world. You could fucking call him after the show and be like, hey, dude, hey, Daniel, I just want to make sure we're good, champ. You know, just so you know, I've supported you for so long. Doing it this way is such a fucking cuck move. I'm sorry. And you know what? Look, I'm going to make this very clear too, because I don't want to be, you know what? Let me take this off for a second, because I don't want this to be like a dick thing where I'm just like shitting all over Ariel, because I very much respect Ariel. I very much do. But man, I'm not going to lie. I think he has for a long time felt the need, or not the need, but I think he has the syndrome, right? The main character syndrome. I went my whole career so worried about coming off that way, like a fan or like somebody who's trying to be your friend. Listen to me, guys. I am not a great journalist. I'm not better than any journalist out there. I know I'm not. Here are the two things that make me compete in this market. One, I have a actual writing background that makes me probably one of the better writers in all of boxing and combat sports. Technically, I mean, not journalism. I just mean as a storyteller, proficient writer, things like that. The other thing is that I don't suck dick. Never have, never will. And that attitude or that vibe, other men catch it. Like in the real world, like in a real world scenario, right? It's like me, 3 of my boys, and I just met this dude and 4 of his friends, and we're talking like business or fucking girls or ordering drinks or whatever. There is a mannerism that you hold in the alpha world, whatever the fuck you want to talk, amongst men, right? And the vibe you give back the vibe you give them is usually the vibe you get back. I have always been a dude who dudes get along with. It doesn't matter if they're fucking black from the hood, white, grew up in the sticks, Mexican from Laredo, across the board. It doesn't matter. I've been friends with literally every single tax bracket at this point. Not best friends or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, I get invited to people's houses all the time. People always call to want to come and watch the fights with me. Dudes I haven't seen in like years, right? People that I knew from college will hit me up when the fight's big enough. And it's because they feel, I think, this comfort with me, specifically as it relates to watching sports and boxing, right? I have no problem sitting down on a Saturday and just enjoying a beer or a L or something and kicking it with the guys, right? And I can talk about sports, basically any of them. I can talk about movies, like superhero movies or action movies. I could talk about aliens. We could talk about we could talk about anything. And I'm going to be cool and I'm going to be respectful, because at the end of the day, even if I don't agree with your shit, we can still have fun. We can still be cool, right? And that has always allowed fighters to open up to me. And Ness really taught me how to do this, honestly. Watching Ness for all those years as his co-host, he really showed me how to get fighters to open up. And to this day, they're fighters that I'm still friends with, even though I don't cover them the way I used to, even though I don't cover boxing the way I used to. You know, I'm still close to Shadeja, and I haven't been her publicist or junior publicist in over 2 years. And we still text every now and then. I mean, she hasn't come on the show since I started this new one, but whatever. It doesn't matter. You know, at the end of the day, by the way, you know, obviously we here at Infighting have her in our prayers. We very much love Shadeja over here. She's such a good person. She's got such a great story. So yeah, we hope that she's okay. We hope that she returns. But I will say this. There are guys in this business who feel, you can feel the vibe. It's not that their dick sucks. I think that they don't have experience with hanging out with guys, not in a regular setting, right? It's always in a professional setting with guys like that, right? It's like you're on their podcast or you're at dinner talking about doing a podcast or content or whatever. It's a constant thing, right? So when do you ever get the chance to just kick it with other guys and understand what that vibe is like? I can tell you, even if Dubois was being fucking dick to me on air, I would just laugh it off and be like, yeah. And I would just keep trying to put him over because that's the job. Just trying to put him over, trying to put the fight over, trying to get people excited to watch. This idea that you don't like me, he has a fight with a man who could hit your head and take your neck clean off your fucking body and punt it through the Cowboys uprights. And you think he's worried about you, Ariel? Dude, again, I respect Ariel so much. And yet, he sounded like a cuck. Am I being too hard here? Doesn't he sound like a cuck right now? Do you like me? What the fuck? Who cares? He's on your show. He's doing the job, bro. Now you do the job. I was defending you when you fought Joe Joyce. I said it's so unfair the UK is treating you like this, even though I don't know anything about the boxing in UK or anybody from the UK, or I wasn't even watching boxing or covering at that time. Like, then what the fuck are you talking about right now? Who gives a fuck? Sorry. That bothered me very much. Very, very much. Random comment, but I totally goon for Roxanne Perez or Raquel Rodriguez. What the hell? Yeah, we've been gooning for them. Of course. They are goonable. No, but in all seriousness, Roxanne needs that push, dude. It's not that I don't think Raquel has it. I don't think they have Raquel's character down yet. I think they thought, oh, we're going to make her the female Big Daddy Cool. Like, what does that even mean? You know what I mean? My bad. Yeah, like, what does that even mean? Like, oh, we're going to make her the female Big Daddy Cool. Like, what? So she's going to do somas with Liv Morgan? What's going on here? No, damn. Why did I say that? That was so fucked up. I can only aspire to hate someone the way DC hates Jones. Yeah, dude, for real. Russian Tough feels like a filler episode of. Oh shit. Joseph, Roxanne, yes. Raquel, no. You know what? You don't like Raquel? Hey, here's all I know. A man, Nestor Gibbs, who has about a foot over me in height. I think he's 6'4", if I'm not mistaken. And I'm 5'6", so it's about a foot he has on me. He once told me something that I'll never forget. He said, we were having a discussion about a woman who hit me up on my DMs. She's a boxing fan, and this is years ago, a decade ago. And she wanted to meet up at a fight. And I told Ness, she's very tall. She is like 5-6 inches taller than me. I don't know if I could. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I feel like weird about it. Like people are going to laugh. And then he said the words I'll never forget. He said, you know, you're the same height as a girl when y'all are laying down. And I said, you're a genius. You're my new guru. And so I started taking all of his advice forever. Listen, we are going to take a 5-minute break so I can piss. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Fuck it. I'm not even going to put up the media asset. I'll just be right back.
fidget.
Oh, that's fucked up. A fidget. That's hilarious.
Dang, you really like the 7 Brew 3.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It's a little too chocolatey though. I didn't like the chocolate. Dude, did you see they Texas sentenced the guy that killed the 7-year-old girl?
Yeah, for life or no, death.
Death, right? Yeah. Not one of the biggest in the world of this field. Is he the biggest what the hell? Stop doing that. Is he the biggest MMA journalist in the world? Yeah, maybe. But here's the thing. You have to have him in the top because
This is how my uncle would look if he turned into an e-girl cane.
I, at the end of the day, think that the thing that makes him potentially the biggest in the world, like you say, is that he covers everything, right? Look, I respect Steve Kim a lot. I respect Ness a lot. I respect, everybody that covers boxing only, MMA only, wrestling only. But I'm sorry, I don't get enough from those shows. I really don't. No, that's not true. That's not true. Not even close. They are very in depth in terms of boxing or MMA or wrestling or whatever. The thing is that I don't know. Maybe it's just like my adult ADHD, but I'm never interested in one thing for that long, right? Like I'm over a conversation with boxing at some point or MMA or wrestling. So I don't know. I just think that his ability to do it all makes him like a cut above the rest, right? And I feel the same way about Morrow. Morrow, like, dude, people are fucking disrespectful to Morrow. This is a dude who did New Japan Wrestling, Strike Force, boxing at the highest level, WWE, NXT. I mean, dude, this guy has done the job at the highest levels, at the most hardcore levels. Like, this is a guy that we got to respect if you are somebody who appreciates combat sports as a whole. Like, I'm a dude who loves sports in general, right? I'll watch FIFA, I'll watch tennis, I'll watch the Masters, everything. I haven't missed, listen, I haven't missed an NCAA championship of any sport, a Super Bowl, a World Series, or an NBA championship in the last like 20 years, I think. I've probably only missed like 5 to 10 Cowboy games in the last decade. I keep up with my shit. I do. So I respect the people whose work demands that they have to have an altruistic sort of approach to all combat sports, because it gives respect to everybody else. It's like, I find it so disingenuous for the people who like love boxing but talk shit about wrestling or vice versa, MMA, whatever. I find it so hypocritical because it's like, it goes back to the combine aspect of this, right? Like, there are boxes that people check, and those boxes dictate what kind of athlete you are in your respective sport. And yeah, like, honestly, Logan Paul has to be one of the greatest celebrity athletes of all time. I mean, I'm not saying he's a great boxer, but he definitely wasn't a shitty boxer for his level. And on top of that, he's probably the best celebrity wrestler of all time. So it's like, you have to give him some sort of credit, right? Ngannou went and made himself one of the most important heavyweight figures in MMA history, and then turned right around and almost beat Tyson Fury. That is something worth respecting, right? Even if you didn't respect the fight or the narrative of celebrity boxing or whatever, that is exactly what you had to do. All right, let's see. Presentation is everything. You don't have to be cocky prick, but you can't come off as an ass kicker or puss either. Exactly. 100%. Salute, says Bruce, and shout out to Bruce right back. The champ Bruce Gas. Go sign up and sub to his channel. Damn, he really does piss for 5 minutes. No, I didn't piss for 5 minutes. I was talking to Kins for a little bit. Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia and fucking Mamma Mia and fucking hip hop references. That's what we get from the Mauro Ranallo era. All right. Dude, did y'all see Clavicular? He had like a fucking cortisol spike. Did y'all see that? All right, let's see where we're at. Oh, let me finish this Daniel Dubois thing. Sorry, I forgot we were even talking about it because I was talking so much shit about.
That's bullshit. I don't even know why you're bringing that up.
They're talking about you. I had your back. I was taking bullets for you here.
That's bullshit. I don't even know why you're bringing that up.
Well, I'm trying to tell you that's why I was one of your I was one of your supporters. I was on the front lines on your behalf.
Yeah. No, thanks. Thank you, man.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the thanks. Okay, well, I think you want to go.
Yeah, that's it.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Can you give me? No.
Yo,
yes.
Nah,
oh, you want to stay?
What are you trying to say, man? This is getting awkward right now. Let's right.
I can't tell.
Pull this shit off.
Okay, I think he's out. Bye, guys. What the hell was that? That was one of the all-time weirdest interviews of my career.
And you added to the weirdness, very much so. You were as responsible for that weirdness as Daniel Dubois was. In fact, if not more. That was weird. I'm not gonna lie. That was very, very weird. Yo, I cannot wait for this fight, guys. I cannot wait. And just so y'all know, we will be live all day long. Starting at 2 p.m. Central, or 2 p.m. Eastern, I guess, for the start of the Wardley Dubois card. We'll be live at 4:30 when BackLash, the preview show starts. Then we'll be live when this fight, Wardley Dubois, happens happens at I think 4 o'clock is the ring walk, or 5. Either way, we'll be ready and live. And then of course we'll be live at 4:30 when the UFC 328 prelims start. And then we will be live at 8 p.m. when the main card starts. And that is such a good card. But that said, I'll be honest, as much hype as there is for the Chimaev and Sean Strickland fight, as much hype as there is for that, I honestly think this is going to be the much better show. But let's see the face-off.
Fabio Wardley.
Fabio?
1-2. Well, this is intense. Fabio Wardley, Daniel Dubois, WBO World Heavyweight Championship on the line. Don't blink. And by the
Yo, look at Wardley's neck. There's like no gap here. Jesus Christ. He's like, that is a huge neck for somebody his size.
way, neither are they.
None of them are blinking, Dev. It's intense. It's very intense. You can see it firsthand here. It's intense.
Well, that is why Daniel Dubois.
Now, Kith. That is going to be exciting. He walked out of multiple interviews today.
I had your back. Oh.
Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm ready to fight.
It's not.
That's not the same clothes he was wearing, is it?
The destruction, the power, the blood.
Yeah.
Makes you smile.
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing about boxing?
Winning.
See, this is, oh man, dude. What's your favorite thing about boxing? That's the question you asked. This promotion has been going for several weeks, months, really. And that's the question you've asked. What's your favorite thing about boxing to a professional boxer who's been boxing for the better part of a decade? That's your question. You're going to ask him what his favorite thing about. I would have fucking got up and walked out too. Are you shitting me?
In overcoming your obstacles, everything about it.
And what's your least favorite thing?
I can't say. Is this do I need to do this interview? What's going on? Yeah, let's cancel it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. What's the next one? Yeah.
I'm not. Why?
I don't know if he was taking the piss out of him, which is a British term for like you're fucking around with me. I don't think he was taking the piss out of him. I just think he was boring the shit out of him. What's your favorite thing about boxing? Getting punched in the face. How about that? How about not knowing if you're going to come out alive or mentally well? What do you mean? What's the favorite thing about going to the dentist and getting your teeth pulled, you fucking moron? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? What's your favorite? Dude, I can't imagine a worse question.
I feel like you don't like me very much.
I feel like you
Daniel.
don't like me
Really?
very much. Sorry. Classic aerial interviews. Do you like me? Why don't you like me? Here's an anecdote about me that proves I like you. He won't go along with this. Weirdest thing that has ever happened to me in a while. Yeah, that's kind of fair. That's kind of fair. Clip from the chat with Daniel Dubois a couple of days before his fight with Anthony Joshua, the biggest fight of his life. Talk to him nice, and it's just a warm, excitable guy who has a good heart.
Fly through this stuff now.
This is your favourite part of the week. Interviews all building up to fight.
To be fair, Dev kinda does suck his dick.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, let's go, man. Let's go fly through this stuff now. Let's go.
I can imagine. I kind of know what you're going to say in this interview. There's going to be a lot of "let's go," "I'm ready to fight now," etc., etc.
You know the score.
So I'll try and ask you something a bit different.
Okay.
29th of April, 2017, Wembley Stadium. It was Joshua versus Klitschko. Do you remember where you were? What you were doing? Did you?
That's a good question. That is a question that helps to establish a narrative, a fight narrative, right? And Dubois could do no wrong with his answer. He could talk shit. He could say, man, I remember watching like, oh, you're going to get beat up to the old man, are you? Oh, man. Oh, he's taking the piss out of the guy. I could beat Joshua. That's my British accent. And so like, it's like, I don't know. Hold on.
Watch it. What were you thinking at that time?
I think I must have watched it, but what was that? Maybe was that the start of my pro journey?
You made your debut about 3 weeks before.
Okay, well, yeah, that was early days then. Yeah, different. Yeah, perfect timing. Now it's my time now. I think it's all matching up now.
Did you ever actually think you were going to fight? Or did you think maybe he'd be gone by the time you got there? What did you think?
I don't know. You know, I did kind of feel like that would happen, but just not holding on to anything. But here it is. Here we are. A couple days ago now.
this has been your first camp as a world champion.
Yeah.
Has it added that? People say when you become world champion, it adds a few percent. Maybe the chest's out a bit more.
All good questions. All very good questions. And that is very true what he said. You know, you got to suck a little D to make sure that your mama me. Yeah. Report of Malachi Black's AEW return draws fan backlash. Oh, yeah. Taporia meets Trump ahead of White House UFC title defense. Let's see. How did this go?
I thank God to give us this beautiful day and to build the biggest event in sports history. I also want to thank God to give us this beautiful day and to give us the opportunity.
Good God. I can't imagine any normal human being looking at himself in the mirror and thinking, yeah, this comb over is working. And this is what scares me. Like, if you don't have anybody in your cabinet or anybody on your team that doesn't have the balls to tell you, Mr. President, I think we should go really short with your hair. Let's go ahead and buzz it. Everybody thinks you look fucking nuts.
To experience how it feels to be in our Oval Office. So
that is a sick tie, though. I'm not gonna lie.
It's gonna be amazing, and we want to thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much. And I
Is
never
this
thought you would be
Maria?
so kind.
I have a false image.
Yeah. And why you wanted to give the toughest test to you, to friend of you?
To which?
The friend of you. You said he's friend of you.
Oh, yeah.
You wanted to give him the
You know,
toughest
that's what I
test.
want. I do want to give, I want to give the hardest test is right. We're going to give the hardest test. And actually, each one of you are fighting your hardest test, I think, right? How do you think you know your opponent very well, very tough?
I know
How
him,
do you
very
think?
tough opponent.
Do you feel good?
Very good. Still the biggest event in sports history.
Jesus Christ, did Donald Trump do a better fucking job at interviewing a UFC fighter than Ariel Helwani did interviewing a boxer? Oh, shit. Yo, Trump did like 1,000 times better dealing with the ego of a fighter than the guy that gets paid to do it. Again, like I really hope like Ariel never hears any of this stuff, because it's like, I don't want anyone to think that I don't respect him. I don't get why he feels the need to like, I don't know. But you know what though? Guess what? He did that and people are talking about it. So fucking worked, I guess, right?
I also want to thank God to give us this beautiful day and to give us the opportunity to experience.
Daniel Dubois. Oh, yeah. SCS Scoops reported that Tom Budgen, known as Malachi Black or Aleister Black, is in talks to rejoin AEW despite prior internal resistance and talent unease over his injury history and booking issues. Black debuted in AEW in 2021 after a WWE release, led House of Black to the World Trios Championship, left in early 2025, and returned to the WWE until his April release alongside his wife, Zelina Vega. AEW sources denied the talks via Fightful, while fans largely rejected the idea, citing a crowded mid-card and past frustrations, though a few suggested pairings with Jeff Cobb. Though a few suggested pairings like with Jeff Cobb. With a 90-day non-compete ending in late July, the rumor highlight wrestling swirling often conflicting reports. Aleister Black, I don't think he should go. I don't think he should. I really don't. I don't see what it would do for either of them. At this point, Malachi Black is nothing more than damaged goods, right? I don't know. What do y'all think? I don't think it works. Let's see. This is dope. At least 32,000 gallons of jet fuel has leaked from a military base into the Maryland watersheds. Oh, shit. The Defense Department refused to disclose the spill for at least 3 months. Jesus Christ. Fuck, dude. That looks crazy. Holy fuck. Expectation is that Blake Monroe would start appearing on SmackDown by the end of the month, but that's subject to change. Corey Hayes is saying she's expected to pop up in the mid-card title scene. You know, I don't get it. I don't get the Blake Monroe stuff. I really don't. It was like she was considered this like super hot signing, and she was coming off of a really, really hot angle with what's his with what's her name? And you know, I just don't think it's it's a situation where they're treating her the way they had initially treated her. R.I.P. Ted, and thank you for everything. Shout out to Eric Bischoff. Oh man, I remember when WCW officially ended, and it was the night after the Raw where Vince and Shane appeared on both Nitro and Monday Night Raw. And I remember thinking they'll come back to it. Eric Bischoff and Ted Turner will hook up again down the road, and they'll make something again. Maybe not wrestling, maybe something else, but they'll do it again. Never came to fruition. I mean, you know, and Eric Bischoff had his time in TNA and WWE and, you know, things like that. And Ted Turner's obviously made more money beyond his wildest dreams. So it was never like necessitated. Sap didn't even have a new name of evil, correct? But sure, he knows about financials and pay cut information. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. John Cena trying to put over
between those two. Oh, baby. Booker, it's that guy from last week. What the hell? I thought that was a fan. Who the hell is this guy? All I know is the contenders are getting bigger and they're getting better.
Tony Storm, thank you very much, Alex. Mario, with Club WWE being a big topic, what was the most exclusive access you ever had an event with any media, music, fights, wrestling, whether it was VIP? Very good question. I'll show you. So, I mean, I've only had that kind of access once, but I took that access many, many times. What you'll understand when covering, or what to understand about covering boxing or like any event, especially in an area where it's not typically like there aren't a lot of fights that happen there. You're wearing a badge. Nobody knows where you're supposed to be, you know, and usually the badges are represented in colors green and red. Green is mostly all access. And then red, you're isolated to a specific area. Usually somewhere in the fan section that they didn't sell tickets, so they rope off for writers to sit, or they'll put you in one of the suites, right? So like if they've had too many people apply for the fight or too many writers ringside and there's not enough room and there's still a bunch of writers, they'll open up one of the suites and that's where they'll put us. So if you have a credential, you know, it's all about how confident can you pretend to be when you go to pass the people backstage, right? Like there's usually only one guy protecting the locker room from the fan entrance or audience entrance. And if you get by that guy, that's it. You just got to look like you belong, you know? I've never been kicked out of a backstage area. Never. Not because I had rights to be there or access to be there, but because I knew to do my job, and I was confident enough to do my job that I looked confident enough to be there. And so nobody questioned it. But I did have all access to PBC early in my career. This was a unfettered look at the happenings. You know, this was beginning era PBC, right, guys? So this is like a situation where they were like still doing like all that shit. You know what I'm talking about? Oh god they were still doing all of that. You know, their red and blue and all that shit, like the fucking highlight special, whatever it was. Where the fuck are these pictures, dude? Fuck. Jesus. Oh, here they are. Okay. So, let's see. We'll start here. Oh, I miss her every fucking day, dude. Every fucking day. All right. So this was at a Pacquiao fight. I had credentials. None of my family did. Glenn Johnson was, I think, on the undercard that night, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe he was just a guest there. So I got my brother backstage to meet him. Let's see. Oh, that was my first check for a magazine. This was the first magazine I ever wrote for, Premier Round. And that was the check that I got, my first one, $110 for writing. I should have saved it, but I needed the money. This was, oh, I don't have these pictures on here. So we got to go into the Manny Pacquiao bus. This is like 5 hours before the weigh-in started or presser. I can't remember. And so they let us go on the bus, but I don't have those pictures on here. Oh, this was the fight I was talking about earlier. The Paul Williams fight, his last one, where what's his name bitched out Ruiz. I mean, yeah, Andy Ruiz. I mean, not Andy Ruiz. Damn it, who was it? I was Areola. Areola bitched out Don King for being a racist. And there's Areola just waiting to talk shit. Look at Paul Williams, man. That's fucking sad, dude. Let's see. Oh, this is when I covered the Donaire. It was Donaire, Mikey. I think Donaire fought Darchinian. Is that Darchinian? I don't know. I can't tell. But this was a very good card I covered. And got to interview all four of them after the event. Let's see. I go, hey guys, look over here for the picture. And they all looked. And like every journalist was like, what the fuck? I guess that was a next check. What the hell? Where did this picture come from? I have these beers, the boxing collection from Corona. They're in a box. They're in their original boxes, and I'm pretty sure there's like roaches that ate all the boxes inside because I haven't opened them or brought them down from their place in years. I don't know where any of these things are coming from. Oh, this was the Mayweather thing. So we had like the big Mayweather Pacquiao fight, and we got all this stuff from one of the vendors. It was cool. It was a fun night. Let's see. Oh, look, this is when I ordered the Manny Pacquiao Floyd Mayweather fight, and it was the first time we paid $100 for a fight. Wait, go back. Yep, there it is. $100 to rent Mayweather Pacquiao. Oh boy. And oh boy, was it non-refundable. Okay, sorry. Let me get to these pictures. I don't know where the fuck they are. That's a funny one. That's me doing the job. Actually, this was a Zurdo fight. I forgot who we had on the undercard. It was somebody. I think it was one of the Figueroas. I forgot, but he had somebody on the card. Okay, this is the event here. So it was Marcos Antonio Rubio versus Durrell. And I got unfettered exclusive access to the PBC set. And you'll remember this PBC set. They used to be in the back on TV in this room. This is the PBC setup. Dude, this y'all remember this, right? They had the two stages. and then the 2 entrances. This was such an elaborate thing. I mean, they really did not give you enough information on how crazy this setup was. Remember the red? Dude, it looks so crazy too. This was the back of the stage for PBC. Dude, look at all this shit. Crazy, right? That's the blue corner. How distracting. I would be so distracted as the trainer in that corner. Like, the hell am I bowling at a rave for meth heads? I got in the ring, or I got on top of the apron. Everybody was staring at me like, what's he doing? But nobody said anything. You know why? Confidence. I had confidence. Look at that smile. He knew he wasn't getting kicked out. Oh shit, yeah, this is when they started doing the checks, the light checks and everything. So I got to see like how they do the test. Oh, a lot of selfies I took. Oh yeah, and then here's my favorite. Pretending to be a PBC fighter, getting ready for his fight. Look at that. Look at that perfectly thrown jab. God, he's got so much on it. Look at that. I miss my short hair, but I'm not going to cut it. Y'all are going to have to take it from me. Y'all are going to have to bet me on a fight that I lose. Oh, that's Tim Duncan. Oh, I told y'all that story, right? Look, this is my boy interviewing him, and this is the picture this bitch took. No, that's me. That bitch. That's me too. There it is. That's the picture she took of me and Tim Duncan. That's the picture she took of me and Tim Duncan. After I took like 5 pictures of her and Tim Duncan that were, I don't know, some just whatever famous person that takes pictures. And this is what she did. I never got to meet him again. So she was a bitch. Oh, look, check this out. Early shit. This is the night the chef and Uskategi fought. And this is the night that the Charlos invited us to go to the strip club with them. We didn't go. I don't even care that I didn't go. Oh, yeah, this is when my brother met Boom Boom when we were at the Spence fight. And then this was another PBC fight that I got to go to, or that I covered. And this was the swing bout. Everybody was gone. I don't even know why I took this picture. Anyway, fun to go down memory lane. Did you ever see Al Heyman in person? Twice. Twice I saw Al Heyman in person. Both times not at the event. They were at the presser and or the weigh-in before. Never at the events though. I always saw him like afterwards, like in a room or talking with other people. Never accessible. Shit, if he would have been accessible, I would have fucking pressed his ass. I mean, I would be pressed. I would have asked him for interviews. What I mean, what does Al Heyman's voice even sound like? You can tell he's black. He's got like one of those like older soft men black voices, not like what's his name, the guy that has the best voice in Hollywood, what's his name, Morgan Freeman. Not like that. It's not like smooth. It's more just like calming. Calming is probably the best word to use. Al Heyman's voice is calming, sometimes weirdly so. No, that's not true. Sometimes I don't know. I guess because I've never heard the context, I can't ever really say. Like, I've just overheard like moments of a conversation, so I can't say that. But I will say that he has a quiet confidence. He has a very quiet confidence. Like, I could see why fighters believe him. I could see why fighters believe like in him, right? Like, I imagine this is the way the conversations go. They're like this. Adrian Broner, let's say back in the day, Adrian Broner, not today, right? And he's like, "Hi, Adrian. Let me tell you first of all, we're gonna have you doing everything just right. We got the money. We got the like." It's kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, this sounds like he knows what he's doing, type shit. He sounds like Jay Prince. No, Jay Prince is way more hood. Jay Prince sounds way more country and way more hood. Did that sound like Jay Prince? Dude, that's hilarious. So in other words, he has aura. Very much he has aura. Very, very much. Al Hammond is the definition of aura. Specifically within the business community. Or like within the entertainment. Like he knows how to have a meeting. He knows how to talk to stars. He knows how to deal with egos. He knows how to make the other person feel comfortable, like he's in charge of their career in a way that they would be in charge of their own career. Like, that's, I think, how he presents himself in that way. Jay Prince, though, is it's much more concerning when you hear him talk. He sounds like he's always mad or on the verge of getting really fucking pissed. And because he has such a Houston country accent, it's so tough to tell whether he's joking or whether he's actually pissed. It's weird. He's like a... Damn it, who's the guy from SNL that almost died in the car wreck? And he was on 30 Rock. I forgot his name. Oh well. But yeah, he's a cool guy. No, to be honest with you, one of the first things, I'm not gonna say who told it to me, but a journalist that I'm pretty sure most hardcores know, if not even a lot of casuals know. This is somebody that y'all would know. Once said to me, I didn't ask him for advice straight up, but I was kind of hinting at getting advice. This was early in my career. And we were at an event covering a Jay Prince fighter's fight. Actually, I think he had like 2 or 3 guys on that card. And he was walking by us ringside. And this writer said, don't get on Jay Prince's bad side. And it was like, it wasn't a joke. It was more like, I'm not going to give you advice, but I'm going to tell you something real. And I ended up getting told like 2 or 3 more times by several other people, basically just don't get on Jay Prince's bad side. Don't write anything about him that will catch his attention in a negative way. And don't question him in the way that people did Bob or Al or a lot of other people back then. I'm from Texas, so there's a reputation Jay Prince has in Texas, specifically in the hip hop and entertainment community, but in general. And that's not a dude I would ever fuck with, ever. There's so many rumors of ways he's gotten deals done and things done, and it's just like, by any means necessary, it feels like. And I think that's why people sign with him. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it was Marcus Villegas, wasn't it? It wasn't bigger than that. I didn't say it. And so Marcus Villegas is very a big writer, but the person I'm referring to has written for more notable platforms, let's put it that way. So anyway, yeah, ever since then I've very much been respectful towards Jay Prince and his fighters. But, you know, at the end of the day, too, like, I'm from Texas. I know what he's done for other rappers' careers. At the same time, I know some other rappers who, you know, weren't as happy or ended up becoming disgruntled. Zero, if you are familiar with the work of Joseph McVeigh. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's gonna sound weird, but I'm so uncomfortable having this conversation. I swear to God. And it's not even because, like, I mean, obviously I'll talk about anything, right? Like, I'm almost 40. I'm on the bad side of 30s. At this point, I'm not becoming, you know, Max Kellerman. I don't think becoming the next Ariel's in my cards. However, I do believe I can start a community of people who are like-minded and or find this content fun, and I could build a community that way. But no, I don't think I'm going to work for Ring Magazine at any point. I think my ESPN days are over. I mean, not that I ever worked for them. I just mean like wanting to work for them. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I could get a job in boxing tomorrow. I could call 4 or 5 different publications, and I know for a fact one of them at least would hire me for sure. People need the content. I probably would make jack shit, right? Probably wouldn't make very good money. Probably I would be getting paid better doing wrestling like I am right now by like double. Like right now doing wrestling, and if I stopped and went to boxing, I would take a pay cut. For sure, I would take a pay cut. Probably by like half. So, you know, I feel like I could have any conversation I want, and yet that conversation still makes me feel very uncomfortable. Corpus is way too close to Houston. Jay Prince is the type of guy that only TKO can afford to cross Jay Prince. Yes. Or Saudi. Yes. Yeah, probably Saudi specifically. Yes. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And even then, I would be like, oh my God, what's Jay Prince going to do? Oh my God, what are we going to do? Like, I would be like waiting for that fucking shoe to drop, even though like I couldn't even imagine what power, what authority he would hold to even like come back from something like that with a big like Saudi or TKO like rivalry or something. I don't see it happening, but all right, let's see. Shout out to James. Appreciate you with the message and the DMs, letting me know you subbed and you enjoy the content. Appreciate you, champ. Oh shit, this is James. My bad. Did you get a new channel? I mean, a new social media? I don't remember this being your handle. Wait, what? Damn, Wade Plemons went hard. Yo. So they're going after Ali. What did he say? Let's hear what he said, though, first.
Like Justin said, without President Trump, probably the UFC will be 20 years behind. He gave us the jump start from the beginning. And I think this is going to be the greatest sport event ever created on planet Earth. It's going to be the most watched sport event. And what an honor to fight on the ground, red and white and blue. You know, I know Justin is only American, but he's an honored guy from France, Spain, Brazil. That America is the dream. All these guys live in the American dream, and all of us.
That's like so against the message of the White House. Oh shit. Oh man. I mean, not that anybody's giving a fuck at this press conference, right? I doubt there are any super liberal you know, publications in that press room or in that Oval Office meeting, but it's kind of hilarious to be at the 250 celebration and it's like, yeah, you of immigrants that are here taking the job of the White House. That's hilarious, bro. That's just good comedy, bro. I mean, see, because it's like, I don't give a fuck, right? MMA is a world sport to me. It's not an American sport. Even boxing, which used to be an American sport in my eyes, is now and will forever be a world sport, right? So, like, I don't give even a rat's ass that the White House card is made up of mostly non-American fighters. I wouldn't even care. Honestly, even if there was an American on, I wouldn't give a shit. I really wouldn't give a shit. As long as the fights are well matched. That's the preface for that, though, right? They got to be good fights. I would rather take quality fights over like trying to like propagandize an American fighter on the card. Like, who gives a fuck, right? I'll give a fuck if it's Sean Strickland fighting a foreign fighter for his belt. That's a little more, narratively speaking. But I just don't think that I don't know. I just don't think it matters. Like, it's MMA. Like, even baseball's become so much more not American dominated that if we were to have like a baseball game at the White House, I wouldn't give a shit if there wasn't one American on the field. It's not an American sport anymore. Americans don't even give a fuck about baseball like they used to. It's way bigger in Japan. Americans get way more hornier for Savannah Bananas type shit than for like regular American baseball played at the highest level. Thoughts on the karate combat drama? What happened? Let's see. Karate combat. Karate Combat has recently faced significant drama surrounding accusations of non-payments to fighters, vendors, and staff, alongside allegations of a failed crypto token system, Karate Coin. Oh, good fucking Lord. Good fucking Lord. Hey, semantics. Haha, that's a good one. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know. I do understand the sentiment of people upset, right? That wanted it to be much more American fighter based. And I get it. It's just like, then have another event there. Like, that's not UFC. That's not the world stage. If we're going to, place fighters in fights based on where they're born or where their citizenship is, and not based on their ability and or the matchup style. Like, come on. Then you're not an MMA fan. Why are you even watching, right? If your whole point to watch it is to find your MMA version of Hulk Hogan that you can slap on your wall and jerk it to, well, then I don't know what to tell you, because I just want to see a good fight. But yeah, look, Wade Plemons put, who let this literal terrorist in the White House? Jesus Christ. That is strong language. Let's see what people said to him. Same one who's left war criminal Netanyahu and the president of Syria, terrorist in Trump. Oh. Before you start throwing labels around, learn how to write a proper sentence first. Your grammar is doing more damage than your dumbass. That's a terrible statement. Like, when you go to grammar policing, like as a form of like comeback or something, you're telling the world that you're old and you're on a app, like on a social media app that kids are on, and you're probably cruising kids. I'm sorry. If you are correcting people's grammar in 2026, I'm not saying I've never done it. I haven't done it in like a decade. Maybe a little less, but certainly not within this decade. I mean, there's just certain things that mean you're gay. No, I'm just kidding. No, there are certain things that are just lame as shit. And grammar policing is on that list above everything else. Honestly, De La Hoya in ladies' underwear is more masculine than is correcting someone's grammar on social media. For a second, I thought you were being racist based, but he actually is a terrorist. LOL. You fucking 12-year-old. Do you have nightmares of a big scary Muslim fucking the shit? Oh, Jesus Christ. And by the way, this guy actually is a piece of shit too. And so it's like, holy shit, the pieces of shit are calling out. Why am I following Wade Plemons? I mean, never mind. I shouldn't have said that. He can even go. Who Trump? Maybe the crowd. Is he actually a terrorist? Or are you just saying that because he's Muslim? Nothing compared to Love the Baby. God, dude, this is some gross ass shit. Fuck, bro. See, for everybody to talk shit about boxing, how gross boxing is, like, bro, I don't go nowhere in boxing communities and have to deal with like fucking throwing out like religious shit or like racism does it. But the only way like it really exists today is like within America, right? Like like the LDBC, right, community, I would say is based on a racial tension that they felt and reacted to, right? And I don't think it does anything good for the sport. And it's died down so much because it's just so useless in the face of badass fights. So I don't know. I don't know. It's different. It's different with MMA. It really is. It's hard to like leave everything in and out. Dana White explains why he hates men's mental health culture. I hate this whole men's mental health stuff that they talk about. Unfortunately, when you're a man, you are the provider. You can't be that guy posting on social media, "Oh, I had a bad day and I'm so sad." It's unattractive to other males, let alone women. This is such gay. This is such gay rhetoric. I'm sorry. This is so gay. That's not what men's mental health culture is, right? You're talking about grifters. You're talking about people who are trying to make an imprint on a space that is proven to attract the most gullible, right? I mean, it's no different than MAGA, right? MAGA purported itself to be like conservative, America first, all these things. All those things already existed. You know, you can't come out and make a drink that is like Coca-Cola in every way and pretend you invented Coca-Cola. That's not how things work, you know? But yeah, this is bullshit, dude. This is such bullshit. It's bullshit because first of all, unattractive to other males, like you're fucking other guys or you want to fuck other guys. I don't understand. Nothing makes men attractive or unattractive to me. I can tell you that things happen and I'll react in a sense of this is a little this isn't a masculine reaction, I guess I'll say that. Or a response that typically would represent, I'm not even going to say that. Like, all I'm saying here is that this is bitch talk. This is like somebody who just like doom scrolls through like woke shit. And they're like, oh, this is bad. Like, you don't understand the culture, right? Like, see, let me do this, right? Let me do this. Watch. I'm going to do this, right? Because I'm a member of the MMA community. I love MMA. It is something that I'm very fondly of, but I'm going to take myself out for a second. Okay. Now I'm just going to pretend I hate MMA and I'm an MMA hater. Okay. Just for a second. All right. Y'all live with me in this reality. Here I go. Y'all ready for this? I don't like MMA. It's just a bunch of barefoot people with tattoos that are just hillbillies and meth heads and foreigners and racists. There's nothing but racists that watch MMA. You see how that sounds retarded as shit? I was outside of the community and only entertained the most nonsensical bullshit grifting stuff on your reels and internet and algorithm. Well, then, yeah, I'm going to come to the conclusion that boxing is dead. MMA is for racists, wrestling's for virgins. The last one's true. But ultimately, you can't understand a culture if you don't belong to it. And commenting on something so important like that in a way, because like working out is men's mental health. Like going hunting or golfing or fishing or that's all part of men's mental health. This idea that you should just be the provider and shut the fuck up, eat a dick, you bald fucking fester. How about that? How about your fucking head looks like a dick? How about that? How about your whole body naked looks like a giant penis has a small penis? How about that? Is that cool? Okay, I'm sorry. Can you? Okay, stop. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. I forgot she was here. Anyway, I don't know. It just pisses me off because like this isn't the message. This isn't the message. Like men's mental health could be going to boxing gyms, going to MMA gyms, learning jujitsu, learning fundamentals of boxing, getting better at a skill, playing guitar. Like it's not just fucking chicks. It's not just getting drunk. It's not smashing your fucking face so that your bones break and that your cheeks become more redefined. That's the culture right now that they're trying to sell for men, right? And that just turns you into a giant piece of shit. You can look at Clavicular's entire career that lasted, 8 months? And he seems cooked now. And at the end of the day, even if he's not cooked, everybody knows that he's a product of the billionaires of Silicon Valley. I can't imagine a worse message than that. But somehow, let's condemn men who have unfair social pressures put on them, and they're just expected to be cool with it. Don't tell anybody. Shut the fuck up, because it gives Dana White a limp dick. I mean, doesn't that sound crazy to y'all? Like, do I sound crazy? Maybe I sound crazy, right? I don't think so. I don't think I sound crazy, but maybe I do. Who knows? And that's the difference. I'm willing to listen to the other side. I'm willing to at least acknowledge that this world could exist with me being wrong. But fat Uncle Fester over here just wants to suck De La Hoya's dick while he wears fucking women's thongs. Polymage has 182 KOs. This was 2 hours ago. Let's see this. Let's see. I agree with Dana. No man in my family has never publicly seen a therapist. Just old school values indoctrinated into me. It's helped me. It's helped you, Alex. It's helped you. But you know that there are men out there that have been to war and seen heads blown off and seen kids fucking murdered. You know that there are people out there that have sold drugs for years and went to prison and saw rapes and saw fucking, and you know, there are men out there who had their kids murdered or molested and they haven't been able to even get close to the person that's done it. You know that there are men out there who lose their jobs and have kids in college. And it's so easy to sit here and say, I live in a family where we taught us values and they protect us. Me too. Me too. I have a mom and dad. I have a great mom and dad. And that's probably why I've made it this far in life, because I had a great mom and dad. Champ, I don't know if you know this. I'm not being a dick asking, literally. I don't know if you know this, but the divorce rate is as high as it's ever been. The family dynamic is broken in America by a wide amount. So thank God you and me, Alex, thank God you and me belong to a family that loves us and has taught us what love means, right? And I agree with you. I'm a provider to this day. I know that my dad's going to be gone one day and I'm going to be the leader of this family. And I'm going to have to step up financially. I'm going to have to step up, in every single way that a man has to step up. But that doesn't mean I should just mentally fucking check out, that I should live my life just fucking with blinders on. That seems fucking retarded. I mean, that seems like you would get to the point where you just fucking shoot up an entire building. How could you allow that pressure and that cognitive dissonance to just run rampant without you ever making a move towards understanding it? Because I've been depressed and or down or whatever, or girlfriends broke up with me or whatever, and I've gone to the gym and felt better immediately. But some men aren't built that way. And some men didn't have other men teach them how to work out. I've known how to work out since I was 12 years old. I've been doing shit the right way because I had a god uncle that, is a fucking beast. Taught me at 12 years old. He lived with us in Laredo. And I can tell you, it's man, I had so many good, strong men to show me. And I know for a fact that that is a very, very rare experience. Most, I think, kids at this age either have only a mom and or dad and or one guardian, or they're separated. So it's like you only have one at a time. I don't know how you learn those same family values like we were taught, right? Because I had my mom and dad with me all the time. We went on vacations together. We had Christmas together, Thanksgiving together, all that stuff. And at the end of the day, the only thing more pussy as a man is not being able to deal with what you're feeling in a way that you allow aggression and or impulses to take over fully. I've just known so. Listen, I said this earlier on the show. Abe was on, so I don't think you were listening, Alex. But I have an uncle and a cousin, Daniel Munguia and Daniel Munguia Jr. They have the same names. They're both in the same prison in Texas for murder. Both of them have life. They've been in the same prison. I don't know if they're still in the same prison. I said that earlier, and I started thinking later, like, I haven't heard from them in 8 years. So maybe one of them's moved by now. I'm sure that they have. And, you know, this is a guy who had his family with him. Daniel, my cousin, who's a little older than me, or actually was a little younger than me. His brother was a little older than me. Daniel had everybody in his life. But everybody in his life, the grandma, the grandpa, this is on the other side of my family. My parents never really let us hang out with them. And when my grandparents really kept us away. But everyone in his family either sold drugs, was a gang member, worked for the cartel, Mexican mafia, and or was in prison. Everybody from that side of my family. They actually live in a certain area of Texas, in South Texas. And when I was 10 years old, my grandpa had all of it. We were all at his house, and it was just us kids, the cousins, and my brother. We were all hanging out, and my grandpa was in the living room, and he said, "Y'all come here, sit down." He sat us down, and he literally told us, if anyone ever asks you if you're related to the Munguias from this part, you got to say no. You have to say no. Even if they find out you spell it the same way, which is Mungia, which is different because a lot of people from here spell it Munguia, like Jaime. And so he told me that. Didn't understand it. It felt kind of ugly when he said it, because I'm like, bro, we have badass fucking Easters and Christmas and Thanksgivings where we play fucking croquet, fucking baseball, football, I mean, we run the whole gambit. And it's like, we could just invite over the cousins on that side. Like, what's the big deal? You know, it wasn't until I got way, way older that I learned why that was, or why they wanted it that way. But even then, you see what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know, maybe if I would have been friends with Daniel growing up, or like we would have invited him over, my parents would have allowed them to come over like they did all my other cousins on our side of the family. I don't know, maybe he would have been good. Maybe not. But that bonding that you get with men and other boys growing up solidifies your ability to maintain in the real world, socially speaking, economically speaking, whether it's a job, whatever. And I don't know. After 40 years, I can tell you that every man at some point gets to a breaking point. Especially like when you have like somebody who cheats on you and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's even harder. Nikita Zoo won today. Oh, did he? Hell yeah. I think as soon as he comes to America, he gets smoked. Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's not that he's even limited. I mean, he is limited, but it's that also his development road is limited, right? Like, I don't know. I just don't think he's getting like world-class anything, but let's see. What is, the Revival Act thing. Let's see what this says.
Ali Act, and I know you have thoughts on this as well. How did you feel how that all played out?
You know, I will say this. I think I'll put it like this. And you know, I don't mince words, right?
Yeah.
So I thought Oscar and Nico Ali Walsh did a good job. I was asked to go, but I was in training camp, and it's hard.
You did? You thought they did a good job? Really? I mean, Nico, he did a good job. He did a good enough job. I think he did a good enough job for what he was expected to do there, which honestly was just show up and be related to Muhammad Ali. But he did more than that. Oscar did a terrible job. It almost felt like Oscar was like paid to throw the fight. It almost feels like we're going to learn that he made a deal with TKO like 5 months ago. And this has all been like a giant work.
Hard to break a training camp while also, like I said, having this job that I have as well. You know? So I would have loved to go. I did not. It's not that I wasn't there because I didn't want to be there. You know me, I don't mince words. I speak up when I need to, and I speak up for what I believe in. But again, between being in a training camp and also having my job that we record every day, it was hard to get to DC. And I said that I think Oscar and Nico did a good job out there. And I thought, I think the Ali Act speaks for itself once it's properly explained the way it was and the way they're trying to change it once it's properly explained. But here's where I won't mince words. Ariel, what is the difference between a lobby and a bribe? It's the same thing, bro. It's the same thing, just it's a fancy wording that's different. Okay, so these people, they're
No, they're not the same at all, but okay.
I
mean, I'm not saying lobbyists aren't a piece of shit groups. I'm not saying that. In fact, I'd probably be willing to say most lobbyist groups are pieces of shit. And by pieces of shit, I mean like self-serving interests, right? So like even if somebody's there lobbying for pediatric cancer, they're not doing it without the attempt to secure your piece of the pie. You see, people say DC's like gross and corrupt, and the truth is, I think that DC is a place where the humans are like human beings goals are left unchecked and unfettered. And I think what ends up happening is DC becomes this place where you feel like entitled to go after what you believe belongs to you or what you believe you should get a piece of. It's like, why should I and I don't mean me. I'm like, if I'm a lobbyist, like a piece of shit lobbyist, I'm thinking to myself, why should I get $90 million to pediatric cancer research? I mean, I could at least get 500,000 for it. Like, what the fuck? Or like, I could at least secure a job or an opportunity or my kid's college entrance or whatever the fuck, right? I could get mine. So again, I'm not saying lobbying is not a lobbying is definitely taken advantage of, but it's also 1000% not even close to the same thing as straight up bribery. That sounds retarded.
They have very, very, very powerful lobbyists that obviously are in the Senate or in the Congress or whatever. And everything Oscar and Nico said basically goes on deaf ears. Because in the end, what do? You end up passing stuff anyway, right? I could have been there. Oscar and Nico Ali almost could have been, obviously were there. There could have been tons of other fighters there. But when there's lobby money behind everything, aka bribe money, because again, a lobby is just a bribe. It just depends on who's giving it. If the wrong person's giving it, that's not.
Okay. Wait. Okay. If he's going to say a bribe in the sense of donating to a campaign, fine. Okay. I'll rock with that. But the problem is people think that like, okay, campaign funding in America is atrociously rigged. It is one of the grossest aspects of our country that these billionaires on the left and the right, moderates the same. All right. This isn't a partisan issue. Okay. Both sides, they do the dirt, bro. They do the dirt. That's just the truth. And, when you're able to find a lobby or a PAC that's willing to beef up your campaign funds, yeah, that's definitely a form of bribery, sure. But the problem is that some people don't understand that. They think that means, oh, that they're giving it to their campaign fund so they can use it for whatever. You can, but you know, you get in trouble for that, right? They are audits that happen. People's campaign finances are routinely checked. Well, I don't know about routinely, but they are. You often, you know, it could be years afterwards, but at some point they're going to find a discrepancy if you have not done a good enough job from hiding it, right? And so everything he's saying is accurate in that sense, but it's not like Ted Cruz can use TKO's PAC money to go buy a Porsche, right? He can't, like a bribery is like, oh, I'm going to give you $100,000 for you. That's for you, champ. You do what you're going to do. You want to go and buy some badass fucking irons from Dick's? They're on sale right now. You could get a deal. You know, you want to get that boat you and the missus been wanting it, bro, go get that. Right? That's a fucking bribe. I just gave you unchecked, untaxed money and or something of value, and you're providing me with a service or whatever. That's different, right? That's way different.
Not connected to the.
I listen, guys. I've been in this thing for so long, and I've seen so many people before me just talk and like just accept. You know what I mean? And like, I don't want to be that channel. I don't want to be that content provider who's like, or content creator who's like, oh, I'm just going to say the thing that's going to piss everybody off. Like, I just want to be honest. I just want to be truthful every time. And here's the other part. Like, that's why Mex is always welcome. That's why Matt, Alex, all these people are always welcome. And that the chat is, that the link's always open for them, because they're not afraid to mince words. They're not afraid to disagree. And I would rather us as a community come to an answer that seems honest, truthful, based on data and facts, than to just say something that I know a group of people will agree with and eventually gravitate. Like, no, I don't want to do
to
that.
the system.
I would rather just not do this gig anymore.
And it's called a bribe, and they get arrested. If the person that's connected to the system is giving the money and donating, well, it's just called a lobby, and we'll just give it a softer touch name, right? So these people are very powerful lobbyists, and so it became very, very clear to me when everything that is clear in boxing that needs to be done, and instead you're trying to take more of it away. The Ali Act needed to be reformed, sure. It needed to be reformed in terms of having more teeth, not to take away more teeth or minimize it. You know, you're focusing on things like minimum amount of money per rounds or minimum amount of coverage for a fight show. Promotionally, these things were already there, dude. These things were already there. A promoter has to have the minimum amount of money for a fight show behind in insurance. There is a minimum amount of money you have to fight for under most major jurisdictions per round. You know, these things were already there. So these senators are either too dumb or too corrupt to really understand anything from that perspective.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I mean, I think anybody that gets to the point of being a senator, congressman, you know, they've gotten there because they play the game well. And that's just playing the game well. I mean, it's still wrong, but
perspective that Nick Khan brought to the table. You know, what you really needed, the danger that you really have are what, you know, Nico and Oscar were talking about, you know, and what we've been talking about in general, that if you change this Ali Act in that way. Now, having said that, you want to make your own league? Go ahead, dude.
Hello. What up? Okay. I'll go outside. All right. Look. All right, guys. I'm going to have to jump off. We're coming right back. I know last night we had some technical difficulties and we couldn't come back, but we will definitely come back. We still have the UFC to go over, as well as the undercard of the Wardley Dubois fight. Yeah. So you're leaving? Okay. I love you so much. Okay. I'm coming out. All right, guys. InFight and FX, all platforms, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, X. IG is at Marmogia. Follow me, please, and share, like, all those things. Shout out to Alex. Shout out to Matt. Shout out to Abe. Appreciate you being on. Shout out to Supermax in the chat. Until later. Peace.